6611 or visit us at 201 West Kaiser Road in Front Royal. At Woods Cove, your family is our family.
I'm J.B. Howler, President and CEO of U.S. Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster, and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com.
The Knights of Columbus. Catholic men building a bridge back to faith. There's much work to be done in this world. Good work, necessary work. And that's what the Knights do every day. Assisting the sick and disabled. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Whether they are next door or halfway around the world, this is the journey we are on. Our path. We do it to be better husbands, fathers, sons, neighbors, and Catholics. We invest our time, our effort, and our resources into our values: charity, unity, fraternity, patriotism. We come from many places and backgrounds and stages in our lives, but we are all of one thing. It's one thing to say who you are, it's another to live it. Put your values into action. That's what we do at the Knights of Columbus. That's who we are.
Welcome to Hazard Mill Farms, located in the beautiful Appalachian foothills of Virginia. The farm offers lodging, a retreat center, and catering. We also offer a wide range of outdoor activities and recreation. Located on the banks of the Shenandoah River, we invite you to enjoy many river activities, swimming, tubing, and canoeing. We provide many options for your wedding and other events. If you want a peaceful place to relax, spend time with family, simply enjoy the beauty of the surrounding area, or host a killer event, Hazard Mill Farms is the perfect place for you. All of our rental spaces are available for your special event. Visit hazardmillfarm.com to reserve today.
You're listening to Front Royal Cardinals baseball.
That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Trent Chipko with the solo home run.
Live on StretchInternet.com and on the Royal Examiner website.
It is lined out into center field. It is high. It is far. It is gone. It's a grand slam into center field.
The 2022 Front Royal Cardinals season is presented by the Wines Family and Wines Bookkeeping, the Town of Front Royal, Warren County Government, Cedarville Rotary Club, the Knights of Columbus, Christendom College, Midway Service Center and Towing, Dominion Health and Fitness, Culligan Water, Hazards Mill Farms, Brody Michael Foundation, Kenny Sports Shop, Woods Cove Assisted Living, Green to Ground, U.S. Inspect, Lindsay Chevrolet, TLC Settlements, Reaching Out Now, and the Front Royal Little League.
That is hit on direction of left field. Up to be foul. Did he make the catch? He did!
Now, here's the pregame show, live from Bing Crosby Stadium.
And indeed, we welcome you to Bing Crosby Stadium, home of David L. Wines Field here for Sunday evening baseball here at the Bing. But not just one game, it is 2 games coming up here this evening as the Charlottesville Tom Sox have come to town to take on the homestanding Front Royal Cardinals here for the first time and the only time these two teams will meet in the regular season in this 2022 slate. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, alongside Matthew Wiseman, who will join me in just a moment. This is Cameron Whalen saying hello and welcome. Matthew will join me in just a moment. We are currently having technical issues downstairs with our TV where we show the video feed from the Royal Examiner's video feed downstairs to the patrons in the concessions area who are obviously not able to watch the game down there. So we have a TV down there, and we are currently having technical issues. So Matthew was on the call to fix that, and he will join us here soon once those technical issues downstairs have, in fact, been resolved. And we welcome you to the pregame show here on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network. If you're joining us either on stretchinternet.com or the Royal Examiner's video feed, thank you for tuning in. You are listening on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network here for the 2022 slate as our flagship stations. We have some lineups here for the Charlottesville Tom Sox, and in our next segment we will do the Front Royal Cardinals. But a quick reminder that the Valley Baseball League All-Star Game will come to Bing Crosby Stadium in exactly 1 week. On Sunday, July 17th, the All-Star Game will return and will come to the Bing Crosby Stadium nonetheless. Events will start at 2 o'clock with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby at 5 and the All-Star Game at 7. You can catch Matthew and I on the call at 5 o'clock for the Home Run Derby, and then we will have a special guest doing the All-Star Game. It is the one and only Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network, who will be taking over the call here. We will turn from broadcasters to producers for that, but we will be on the call at 5 o'clock. So I know that for certain. We're still getting word, I believe, on if we're going to do the 60-yard dash on video at least. Obviously wouldn't be much of anything on the Stretch Internet Radio Network, but we will regardless have both up at 5 o'clock for the Home Run Derby. You can catch us around 4:30. We'll just have a few remarks most likely before the Home Run Derby is set to start and when they're prepping for that. But in the meantime, that's then. This is now. We have some starting lineups here. First, for the visiting Charlottesville Tom Sox, who come in as the 3rd seed in the South Division coming into this game. In the leadoff spot, playing at second base, number 8, Christian Martin, a lefty batter, righty thrower, 5'9", 170-pound sophomore out of Virginia Tech. I'm pretty sure he might get a little slander in Charlottesville for that one. Hometown of Amherst, Virginia. In the 2 spot, playing right field, number 19, Satchel Norman, a righty-righty, 5'11", 200-pound sophomore out of Florida Southwestern State University, hometown of Sarasota, Florida. In the 3 spot, playing first base, number 20, Cole Wagner, lefty, 6 foot, 205-pound sophomore out of the University of Georgia, hometown of Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. In the cleanup spot, playing left field, number 29, Matthew Preveski, lefty, 6'2", 205-pound sophomore out of the University of Florida, hometown of Apopka, Florida. Don't quite have a 5 spot on the roster that Matthew gave me, so it'll be in the 5 spot is number 17, Trey Younger, who will be playing center field. And actually, go back to that, he actually was not printed on the roster here. He was listed, I believe, I can't quite remember, it was inactive or something along those lines, so he's not on our roster. We'll have to fill him in, but he is in fact in the 5 spot this evening for the Tom Sox here. In the 6 spot, playing third base, number 5, Gavin Abrams, lefty batter, righty thrower, 6 foot, 180-pound sophomore out of Clemson, hometown St. John's, Florida. In the 7 spot, the shortstop, number 13, Kyle Edwards, righty, 5'10", 180-pound sophomore out of ODU, hometown Chesapeake, Virginia. 8 spot, doing the catching, number 23, Julian Rojas, righty, 6 foot, 195-pound junior out of Radford University, hometown Humble, Texas. And in the 9th spot, DHing number 33, Garrett Spikes, lefty batter, righty thrower, 6'4", 215-pound junior out of the University of Georgia, hometown Lawrenceville, Georgia. And on the bump to start things off for the Tom Sox this evening will be number 21, Emmett Bice, with a left-handed pitcher, 6'6", 225-pound senior out of the College of Charleston, hometown of West Chester, Pennsylvania. The Tom Sox, as I stated earlier, coming into this game as the 3 seed so far in the Valley Baseball League's South Division, coming in with a 15-11 winning record here. They sit 1 game back from the top spot in the South. That one, in fact, coming to Waynesboro, sitting in first in the South with an 18-11 record, followed by Harrisonburg at a 16-10. So Harrisonburg is roughly a half game back going towards that one. Again, a 15-11 record. The Tom Sox come in with a 5-game win streak. They've won 6 out of the last 10 And the last 4 wins for the Tom Sox being 12-4 against the Braves at Stanton, then being a win over the Lumberjacks, a shutout, 16-0. Then against the Waynesboro Generals, 17-4, so almost a shutout there. And then the Royals on the 3rd, 2-0. And they will work to keep that win streak alive here against the Front Royal Cardinals, who, if you weren't tuning in last night, are looking to get back into the win column after snapping a 2-game winning streak last night. But we will get more into that as we get into the Front Royal segment in just a moment. The team coming in for the Tom Sox batting at a .249. The most games a player has appeared in is 26. Out of 815 at-bats, 158 runs have scored, 203 hits have been recorded, as well as 14 home runs, 140 RBIs, 143 walks, and 207 strikeouts on this season. Again, the starting pitcher for the Tom Sox is Emmett Bice, starting 2 games, appearing in 5. He's pitched 15 2/3, giving up 14 hits, 8 runs, 5 of the 8 being earned, 7 walks, 14 strikeouts, sits 2-0 for the Tom Sox coming into this game with an ERA of 2.87 on the season. Coming into this evening's game, Carter Cunningham leading things off in the batting averages with a .533. Following him is Christian Martin with a .429. Coming in third is Cole Wagner with a .355. And rounding out in fourth is Satchel Norman with a .343. In the home run column, Christian Martin leads with 2 in a 3-way tie. Martin, Norman, and Wagner all with 2. And rounding out in fourth is Logan Amos with 1. Wagner leading the RBI column with 19, followed by Norman in second with 15. Amos in third with 11. And it also splitting that with a tie by Younger. The pitching leaders, Bice, the starting pitcher, coming in with a 2-0 streak. He splits that one with 3 other Tom Sox. Following him in a 4-way tie, will be Olson, Kurtner, and Bryan. Again, all 2 wins under their belt. Leading off for these strikeouts will be Drew Bryan with 21 strikeouts on the season. Following him in second place with 15 is Jack Billings. In third is Wyatt Lunsford Schenkman with 14, and a third-place tie as well with Tyler McLaughlin. For the ERA leaders, John Armstrong, leading with a 0 ERA so far this season. Following him will be Billings with a 104. In third is Bryan with a 110, and rounding things out is McLaughlin in fourth with a 150 batting average. When we come back to you in the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network, we will take a look at the Front Royal Cardinals starting lineup and stats coming into this game here. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network has flagship members of the StretchInternet.com and the Royal Examiner, your home for the Cardinals all season long in this 2022 slate.
Green to Ground Electrical is a proud sponsor of the Front Royal Cardinals. Green to Ground is a Class A electrical contractor serving the Shenandoah Valley and Northern Virginia region. Building relationships since 2019 by being reliable, dependable, and trustworthy. Offering both residential and commercial services, no job is too big for our team to handle. We are a licensed and insured company, serving customers peace of mind, one circuit at a time. TLC Settlements is a proud sponsor of the 2022 Cardinals. When buying, selling, or refinancing your investment, TLC Settlements, LLC believes that every transaction is important, no matter how big or how small. The trustworthy team of Tracy, Lucy, and Christy bring 55-plus years experience in the industry. We are dedicated to and take pride in the service that we give to each and every customer. Although we do many closings each month, every closing is very important to us. Our service speaks for itself at TLC Settlements.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokenauer Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishert Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
The Wines family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
A reminder that the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming up in 1 week here in the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium. A reminder that events will start here in the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium at 2 o'clock with the 60-yard dash. As I said earlier, we are still waiting to hear back if we're going to at least stream video for the 60-yard dash for that. Regardless, we will be on the air for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock. Matthew and myself are both going to be on the call for that. So you'll get to hear some familiar voices before the All-Star Game, which will, unfortunately for us, not be covered by us. But instead, we will be transferred to the role of producer. And in our place will be the one and only Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network, who will be on the call for the Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. And in between, we'll also have some Hall of Fame introductions, so we will tap into that as well. But in the meantime, we've got the Front Royal Cardinals starting lineups and stats, and that will be taken over by none other than my partner, Matthew Wiseman.
Good afternoon, everyone. In today's Game 1 of the doubleheader, the Front Royal Cardinals look to bounce back from a tough loss today, and that's going to be with the lineup of Dallas Height leading off, playing center field. He's a righty-righty, 6'2", 205 pounds. He's a rising senior at Penn State, Harrisburg, hometown of Lilly, Pennsylvania. Hitting second, playing short is the left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower, Trent Jeffcoat, 6', 175 pounds. He's a rising senior at the University of West Florida, hometown of Pensacola, Florida. Playing first, hitting third is going to be Drew Camp, a rising senior out of Longwood University, 6'2", righty-righty, 190 pounds, hometown of South Chesterfield, Virginia. Hitting fourth for the Cardinals is going to be the right fielder JoJo Jackson, switch hitter, lefty thrower, 6'3", 225 pounds, hometown of Stone Mountain, Georgia. He is a rising sophomore at Georgia State University. Hitting fifth is going and DHing will be Christian Campbell. He's a righty-righty, 6', 155 pounds. His hometown is Rincon, Georgia. He's a rising sophomore at South Georgia College. Hitting sixth, playing left field is going to be Sam Daggers, righty-righty, 6'1", 205 pounds. Rising senior at Shepherd College and hometown of Galloway, New Jersey. Hitting seventh behind the dish, we haven't seen him in a while, but that will be Noah Carter, hometown of Hammer, South Carolina, rising sophomore at the College of Charleston. He's 6', 190 pounds. He's a lefty hitter, righty thrower. Brennan Chisholm is going to be hitting eighth tonight for the Cardinals, as he'll also be playing third base. Hometown of North Catham, Massachusetts, rising senior out of Canisius College. Again, he's a righty-righty, 5'10", 170 pounds. And finally, rounding out the lineup tonight, playing second base, is going to be number 7, Riley Frost. He's a righty-righty, 6', 185 pounds. Rising sophomore at University of North Georgia, hometown of Roswell, Georgia. And on the mound tonight is going to be number 8, Jack Casa. He's a lefty hitter, which doesn't really matter much. But he throws from the right side. He's 6', 195 pounds. He's a rising senior at Alverna University, hometown of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. Coming into the outing Jack Casa has started all 6 games in which he has appeared in, 27 innings, 35 hits, 25 runs, 15 of those being earned, 12 walks, 15 strikeouts. He has a 1-4 record and a 5 ERA. So going into the Front Royal Cardinals are coming into this game after a tough loss against the Strasburg Express here at Bing Crosby Stadium, as they lost in the last inning, giving up 4 in the top of the 9th and not scoring in the bottom half of that inning. They go to 13-19 after that loss, 7.5 games back of first place in the North Division, but they still hold the 4th place and final playoff spot as they're a half game above the Winchester Royals. Again, they're on a 1-game losing streak, and they're 5-5 in their last 10 games. In their previous 3 games before last night, they beat Purcellville 5-4. They beat Winchester 11-4, and they lost to the Newmarket Rebels 5-2. The hitting leaders for the Cardinals is JoJo Jackson with a .418 average, going 3 for 4 last night with, I believe, 1, maybe 2 RBIs. Trent Jeffcoat with a .379. Drew Camp with a .280 and Noah Carter with a .244. Dallas Height leading the team with home runs with 3. JoJo Jackson in second with 2, and the rest of the team has not scratched across a home run for the season. Dallas Height leading the team with 18 RBIs, JoJo Jackson with 12, Riley Frost with 9, and Trent Jeffcoat with 8. The pitching leaders for the Cardinals, Justin Reebok and Alex Sakis, both with 2 wins. Bryce Fisher and Daniel Johnson following him up with 1. Bryce Fisher with 35 strikeouts, Grant Adams with 21, Sean Means as well with 21, and Kevin Warnock with 19. And the ERA leaders are Bryce Fisher, Sean Munoz, Sean Means, and Justin Reeboks, and their respective ERAs are 2.57, 3.52, 3.86, and 4.22. For the season, the average for the Cardinals is a 2.27. They have scored a total of 152 runs, and for the pitching side of it, the Cardinals come into this game with a 5.56 ERA, giving up a total of 160 earned runs, 214 runs in total, so that's roughly 74 unearned runs, and they have played a total of 32 games, so game number 33 and 34 will be coming up tonight as the Front Royal Cardinals look to come back off of a tough, heartbreaking loss last night and get back into the win column and keep their spot at 4th place for the final playoff spot in the North Division above Winchester.
We'd like to say a thank you to the foul ball sponsor for this evening, the Logan Matico Foundation. For more information on that foundation, you can visit them online at livelikelogan14.com. And all of your posts about the foundation, please make sure that you use the hashtag LiveLikeLogan. We return to you after the national anthem break here at Bing Crosby Stadium, and we will come back to you when warm-ups have concluded, and we will get the game started here. Cardinals baseball presented to you on the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network on StretchNet.com and the Royal Examiner. Back with you right after this. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokenauer Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns and Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network.
Throwing out the first pitch here in game one. Put your hands together.
This day is gonna be the greatest memory, making history. Let's go. You don't need no luck with that golden touch. Time to light it up. Let's go. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it.
And that's cracked into left, rather. Will drop for a base hit. He will round to second off of that. Make it to third. Jeff puts on the Jets. That is popped into left field. Bring him home. Dylan Swarmer followed by Drew Camp. And it is a tie ball game thanks to Dallas Height. That's a pop to Riley Frost at short. The play at first will be bounced, but in time. What a play from 6-3. Popped into center. Looks to be playable. Connor Frost coming home. The Cardinals win it. Riley Frost with the walk-off for Connor.
Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it.
It is it for a doubleheader here at Bing Crosby Stadium. Cardinals versus Tom Sox here in the confines of the Bing for the first time since 2019. And we had a little bit of a hiccup with the front row lineups. It is not Jack Casa starting. He is starting the next game. It is, in fact, Michael Schultz, righty, 6'2", 210-pound junior out of the College of Charleston with the hometown of Centerville, Virginia. As the starting catcher for the Cardinals this evening, Noah Carter throws it back to second. We are set and ready here on the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network to welcome the first batter for the Tom Sox up to the plate. It'll be Christian Martin leading things off, the second baseman. Batting left, throwing right, 5'9", 170-pound sophomore out of Virginia Tech, hometown Amherst, Virginia. So Schultz sets as Christian Martin sets in the left-hand batter's box. Schultz deals the opening pitch of the first game. That one goes downstairs, ball one. So the count starts down for Schultz, up for Martin, 1-0 to start things off here in this opening at-bat of the game. Schultz deals the 1-0 that is cracked into center. Looks to be playable, and it just about will be by the Cardinals center fielder Dallas Height. Thank you, because Point Streak hasn't updated to make it so simple. So out number one has been recorded, as that'll bring up batter number two in the lineup for the Tom Sox. Satchel Norman playing right field, righty, 5'11", 200-pound sophomore out of Florida Southwestern State University, hometown Sarasota, Florida. One out is on the board in this top half of the first in game number one against the Tom Sox and the Cardinals. Here comes the first pitch to batter number two. That's lifted out into right center. Looks to be playable. It will be played this time by the Cardinal right fielder, JoJo Jackson. So two have came up and two have been sent back so far early on in this game for the Tom Sox, as they will bring up batter number three, Cole Wagner, the first baseman, lefty, 6 foot, 205-pound sophomore out of the University of Georgia, hometown Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. As Schultz sets on the mound, nobody on base yet. 2 outs on the board, top of the first. Here comes the pitch. That first pitch missing. Nope, he will call it a strike, rather. Strike one is the call. That looked to be just outside, but with different umpires, the strike zone is different, but nothing wrong with that. Nothing in one to start things off here for Wagner, as the 0-1 comes in and will drop in left center for a base hit. Scooping it up will be Height. Wagner will round to second. The play will be close, but it will not be in time, as Jeff Coate read the bag there. Or my apologies, he's second baseman, rather. Riley Frost read the bag there just a second later than what was needed. So that'll call up the cleanup batter, Matthew Prevesk, the left fielder, lefty, 6'2", 205-pound sophomore out of Florida, hometown of Apopka, Florida. So 2 outs on the board in this top of the first. Runner on second now is Wagner for the Tom Sox. Schultz looks back and sets up, deals the opening pitch of the at-bat that's lifted into left. Looks to be playable foul territory. It will, in fact, be.
Yeah, and the Tom Sox coming into this game scoring double digits in their last 3 games. That's 17 runs and 16 and 12. That's an average of 15 runs in their last 3 games. And you can tell that they're feeling it at the plate as they're swinging early. They're getting pitches to hit early in the at-bat, and they're at least being aggressive. The first 2 batters missed it with fly balls, but the third hitter definitely did not miss that fastball and drove it to left center as the changeup is fouled back. 0-2 here on the 3-hitter, Matthew Pevisk.
Also in the Valley League this evening is another doubleheader. Stanton hosting Purcellville in doubleheader action. That game has not started yet. They're still in the pregame.
Michael Schultz strikes out the 4-hitter, Matthew Pevisk, on a slider down low and got him to swing through it. So that will end the inning here in the top of the first going into the bottom of the first.
As I was saying, Stanton versus Purcellville is supposed to start at 4:30, but no word on when that will start yet. Box score says 4:30, but of course it's after 4:30 now. As we take a sideline here, a reminder, the Valley Baseball League All-Star Game coming up here in exactly 1 week in the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium. Get your tickets and make sure you get here early because the stands will be filled. We'll return to you from Bing Crosby Stadium right after these messages.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokenauer Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
What?
And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it does.
You're listening to Cardinals Baseball on StretchInternet.com and the Royal Examiner, affiliates of the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network.
We welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium as we go into the bottom half of the opening frame of play. It is a scoreless ball game as the Cardinals held off the Tom Sox, not in 3 though, but held them off in 4. So the Cardinals allowed the Tom Sox to send their cleanup batter up, and that will, or unfortunately for the Tom Sox, Prevesk did end the inning there, but the Cardinals will send up Dallas Height to lead things off here. And again, this is not the only doubleheader in the Valley League today. Stanton and Purcellville supposed to start at 4:30, but has not. Also, another doubleheader that was supposed to happen was Covington and Strasburg. That has been rescheduled until further notice. All other games in the Valley League are still on, with the earliest coming on at 5:30, the latest at 7:30. In the meantime, Dallas Height facing an 0-1 on the next pitch following the previous one. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one goes downstairs into the left-hand batter's box. Height is a righty, so the count evens at a down count, 1 ball, 1 strike here for the leadoff batter playing center. As the 1-1 comes in, it'll be cut on and missed for strike number 2. So 1-2 count now for Dallas Height, who is 27 for 117 coming into this game. That's a .230 batting average. 3 home runs, 18 RBIs, faces a 1-2. Here it comes. That one is lifted foul on the third base side out of play.
Bice, in the meantime, coming into this game as one of the leaders for the Tom Sox in statistics. He's got a 2.87 ERA, 15 2/3 innings under his belt, and 14 strikeouts on the season with a 1-2 coming. That one's bounced and fouled on the third base side. This one will stay in the field, but of course with a foul, the count stays where it is, 1-2.
Yeah, and Bice coming off of a really good last start, throwing 6 innings of work, going, I believe it was 81-ish pitches, and he had 7 strikeouts, allowing no earned runs and no runs total. So great start for him as he looks to continue that, with Dallas Height battling here at the plate as he fouls that one off, and it continues a 1-2 count here to lead off the ball game for Bice and the Front Royal Cardinals offense.
That's 3 straight foul balls. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might have missed one. At least 3 straight. So the count has stayed 1-2 for the last 3 pitches. As the 1-2 again comes in, this one is fair into left center, shallow, it appears. Younger reading it, he will make the catch. And out number 1 is recorded out into left center. I was going to say left field, but left center. As batter number 2, Trent Jeffcoat, will come up to the plate playing shortstop, lefty batter, righty thrower, 6 foot, 175-pound senior out of West Florida, hometown Pensacola, Florida. So 1 out is on the board in this bottom half of the first, as Jeffcoat will lift that one into shallow left, being read by 3 Tom Sox. The catch will be made by the shortstop, Edwards. Out number 2 is recorded. Jeffcoat coming into that one, 25 for 66, now going 25 for 67. So make it a, let's say, 375 batting average. 8 RBIs, as that brings up the first baseman, Drew Camp, to the plate. My apologies, I was just a little bit shy. 373 now for Jeffcoat, as the first baseman, Drew Camp, comes up for his first plate appearance. 2 outs on the board. The first pitch to him will be called a strike, as Camp did look to swing. From here, didn't look like he went the whole way, but I think it was a strike in the zone regardless, so neither way, it's 0-1. As the 0-1 comes in, that one will be upstairs, ball 1. Count now evens at a down count, 1 ball, 1 strike here.
Yeah, and the thing Drew Camp wants to do here is just get on base for JoJo Jackson, as he's coming off of a really good night, as that one is across for a strike, now 1-2. But Drew Camp wants to get on base for JoJo Jackson, as JoJo Jackson was 3 for 4 with 3 hard hit baseballs last night. As Camp swings through that one, he's going to be tagged out for out number 3. And we're going to go into the top of the second inning, a 0-0 ball game here in this Game 1 7-inning affair between the Charlottesville Tom Sox and the Front Royal Cardinals.
I'm J.D. Howler, President and CEO of U.S. Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster, and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com.
TLC Settlements is a proud sponsor of the 2022 Cardinals. When buying, selling, or refinancing your investment, TLC Settlements, LLC believes that every transaction is important, no matter how big or how small. The trustworthy team of Tracy, Lucy, and Christy bring 55-plus years experience in the industry. We are dedicated to and take pride in the service that we give to each and every customer. Although we do many closings each month, every closing is very important to us. Our service speaks for itself at TLC Settlements.
And welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium in the top half of the second. It is a scoreless ball game as the Charlottesville Tom Sox will retake on the offensive, as they will bring up their 5th batter in the lineup, number 17, Trey Younger, playing center field this evening for the Tom Sox. Coming into this game, not on the roster for us at least, as the first pitch to him will be down the strike zone. Strike 1 is the call. As the 0-1 comes from Schultz in a moment, he will set on the mound. To the leadoff batter for the frame Younger. Here comes. That one misses in the left-hand batter's box. Downstairs, ball one. Count now evens at a down count. 1 ball and 1 strike here. Younger, a 5'9", 180-pound senior out of Wofford College. Hometown Cartersville, Georgia, will foul that one away on the third base side, 1-2. No outs yet as the leadoff batter for the frame Younger is at the plate. Michael Schultz on the mound with a 1-2. Here it comes. That one misses, ball 2. Count now evens again at a down count, this time 2 balls and 2 strikes for Trey Younger. As the 2-2 is skied into center. Looks to be playable by Dallas Height. It will be. He will make the catch. And out number 1 is recorded as a fly out to 8. So that calls up the 6th batter in the Tom Sox lineup, Gavin Abrams, playing third base, lefty batter, righty thrower, 6 foot, 180-pound sophomore out of Clemson, hometown St. John's, Florida. So there's 1 out on the board in this top half of the second. No score yet from either team in this game. Number 1, as that one will be lifted in the left, drops for a base hit. Scooping up for the Cardinals will be the left fielder, Daggers. So hit number 2 is recorded by the Tom Sox here. Previously it was the 3 batter in the spot. Now it's the 2 batter in the spot. As 1 out remains on the board in this top half of the second, it is a scoreless ball game. As the 7th batter in the original lineup, Kyle Edwards, the shortstop, comes up to the plate. Righty, 5'10", 180-pound sophomore out of ODU, hometown of Chesapeake, Virginia, will cut and miss on the first one for strike 1. So the count is 0-1 to start things off here for Kyle Edwards in his opening plate appearance of the game. As Michael Schultz sets on the mound, 0-1 count, 1 out down. Here comes the pitch. That one's upstairs, ball 1. So the count evens at a down count, 1 ball, 1 strike here for batter number 7 in the original Tom Sox lineup here for this game number 1.
Schultz looks over to first, and there's nothing doing there. So I will read off to you guys Michael Schultz stats on the season. As we thought Casa was starting this game, he'll start the next one as Schultz deals out 1 up and in, 2-1. Schultz coming into the season, starting all 5 of the games in which he's appeared in. He has a complete game under his belt. He has 27 1/3 innings. He has given up 14 earned runs, 20 runs in total, and 18 strikeouts so far in the season with a 1-1 ERA, 1-1 record and a 4.61 ERA. So Schultz looking to get some defensive help, giving up 6 unearned runs so far this season. And he has a 2-2 here to the shortstop, Kyle Edwards. As the runner is off to second base, that one's fouled down the left field line. So count will remain 2-2 here.
Abrams took the leap to second, but unfortunately from the foul ball from Edwards, who fouled 2 straight now, will have to go back. Count remains 2-2, 1 out down top of the second. No score from either team. The Tom Sox have been able to put runners on base, but they have not been able to convert them to at least third. As Schultz will set on the mound, got a 2-2 coming from him. 1 out down top of the second, no score. Here comes the 2-2. That one's upstairs, and in fact, Edwards had to duck to miss that one. That went in his own batter box upstairs. Ball 3 is the call. So we have our first full count of the game. It is by Cardinal pitcher Michael Schultz. As he will set on the mound, got a runner on first. Most likely will go here. Here comes the payoff that has popped up. Looks to be in foul territory, and it will be. Count remains where it is off of the payoff that was fouled. As the Tom Sox have Gavin Abrams standing at first following the second hit that the Tom Sox have been able to record in this first game with 2 this evening. Cardinals have yet to do that as they sent 3 up in the previous frame and took 3 back. as Schultz will deal back to first, but it will not be in time for the out. So payoff remains for Kyle Edwards, who looks for pitch number 9 now. Here comes. It's a payoff and will be fouled away as the runner Abrams tried to make his advancement towards second, but unfortunately for him, he will yet again have to go back. As the payoff stays where it is, 1 out down, top of the second, no score. Gavin Abrams on first, Kyle Edwards at the plate. Michael Schultz dealing for the Cardinals will set up on the mound with a payoff coming number 3 this time. It'll be low in the dirt. Did he swing? Did he swing? They will call it a ball. So they will give him the advancement on that one. So Edwards makes the 90-foot walk of fame, and it will be the first one of the game. As that will call the 8th batter in the lineup, Julian Rojas, doing the catching. Righty-righty, 6-foot, 195-pound junior out of Radford, hometown Humble, Texas. There's 1 out down in this top of the second. No score from either team, but the Tom Sox have been able to put 2 on now, as the first pitch in the meantime to Rojas is missed for ball 1. Count is 1-0 in this at-bat to start things off for Rojas, who comes into this game 6 for 35. That's a 171. 6 RBIs in the process of his 6 hits. Faces a 1-0 here, 1 out down. Here comes the pitch. That one's downstairs, ball 2. Count is 2-0 now for Rojas. Runners on first and second are Abrams and Edwards for the Tom Sox, as they have Julian Rojas at the plate now. Schultz looks back at second, will take a 2-0 deal. That one misses, ball 3. And a great stop by Noah Carter to keep it in his reach, to keep the Tom Sox runners where they are and not to make the advancement that they don't necessarily need early in this game.
Yeah, Carter with a few nice blocks here on these last few pitches to stop the runners from getting to second and third. But not Sakis, rather Schultz, struggling with command right now, throwing 4 straight balls, and they really have not been close. So hopefully he can throw one in the zone here, or he'll be in danger of loading the bases on 2 straight walks as he looks back to second base. Riley Frost holds the runner on. The pitch is right down the middle for a strike. So 3-1 here from Schultz to the hitter Rojas. As in his last outing, Schultz only walked 3 batters, but in danger of walking batter number 2 here and only inning number 2. As he deals the 3-1, that one's well outside and low. So ball 4 here. Bases will be loaded here for the Tom Sox here in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Early here in the top of the second, but you always want to put runs on the board as early as possible and put pressure on the other team to try and play catch-up throughout the rest of the game.
Certainly the Tom Sox have the golden opportunity to put those runs on the board with only 1 out down, as they will bring up Garrett Spikes coming up to the plate. 13 for 49 on the season. That's a 265. 1 home run and 4 RBIs out of his 13 hits. Faces an 0-1 now off the foul on the third base side. 1 out down in this top of the second. No score yet from either team, but the Tom Sox threatening with loaded bags here. And only 1 out down. And a reminder, I'd like to thank our foul ball sponsor this evening, the Logan Matico Foundation. For more information on what that foundation is about and what their community outreach is all for, you can visit them online at livelikelogan14.com. As the 0-2 comes in, it is a cut and miss. Strike number 3. Schultz picks up number 2 of the day, and it will send Spikes down 0 for 1, making his batting average go to 13 for 50 on the season.
Number 8.
That calls up the originally leadoff batter Christian Martin to the plate. Last time he came up, it was a fly out into the outfield. So looking to bounce back from that one, especially with 2 outs on the board and bags loaded. This certainly could be a momentum shift for the Cardinals if they do end up stranding all 3 of those runners. As there's a 1-0 now for Martin, who is 0 for 1 on the evening. 0-1 comes in and is grounded to second. Bouncing ball to play at first is, in fact, in time. Make it a flip from 4 to 3. Frost to Camp. They will seal it. The Cardinals keep the Tom Sock scoreless off of a nail-biter of an inning for them defensively. First couple batters certainly didn't look good, but the last couple certainly did, as they kept the Tom Sock scoreless with runners threatening each bag. We take a break here on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network. When we return with a little bit more information on the Valley Baseball League All-Star Game coming to Bing Crosby Stadium in just 1 week. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokenauer Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
The Wines Family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take our care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
We welcome you back to the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network to start the the bottom half of the second inning. But before that, we'll take a brief pause for a station identification here on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network.
You're listening to Cardinals Baseball on StretchInternet.com and the Royal Examiner, affiliates of the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network.
And we return as the Tom Sox pitcher Emmett Bice will round out his warm-ups here. The Cardinals, in the meantime, will call on their cleanup batter, JoJo Jackson, playing right field. Due up for the Cardinals is obviously Jackson, followed by Campbell. And following Campbell will be Sam Daggers. So JoJo Jackson, as Matthew said in the pregame, had a 3-for-4 yesterday evening against the Strasburg Express in a game where the Cardinals could have won, but unfortunately didn't. As JoJo looking to keep that streak alive here. Here comes the opening pitch of the at-bat that is cut on and fouled on the third base side. 0-1 is the count to start things off here for JoJo Jackson.
Yeah, again, in his last game, he went 3-for-4 with a double, an RBI, and a run scored. And that double was probably about 2 or 3 feet short of getting out of here as it hit the top of the netting here at Bing Crosby Stadium, which is the college baseball, I guess, rule or some sort of adjustment they've made for college baseball players to have to hit a home run, where the high school players only have to hit it above the red line in order to get it called for a home run. But JoJo fouls out one off to the right side, so it's 0-2 here on him as Bice deals. That's a nice slider off on the outside corner, but JoJo rips out one down the line. He'll get into second easily with a double, so leadoff double here for the Front Royal Cardinals. JoJo Jackson stays hot, and Christian Campbell looking to come back from a tough night at the plate last night.
JoJo Jackson going 1-for-1. It is the first hit the Cardinals have been able to record here, as the Tom Sox have been able to add up 2 coming into this bottom half of the frame. As Christian Campbell, the 5th batter in the Cardinal lineup this evening, will take his appearance here now for the Cardinals. DHing this evening, a righty, 6', 155-pound sophomore out of South Georgia College, hometown of Rincon, Georgia. First pitch in the meantime will miss for a ball 1. Count is 1-0 to start things off here for Campbell in plate appearance number 1 of this evening's game.
Yeah, and as I mentioned last night, he went 0-for-4 last night without any real he drove in 2 runs off of an error by the shortstop and then ended up scoring in that inning off of an error by the second baseman. So Christian Campbell did produce runs, but still went hitless last night with, I believe, he had 1 strikeout, but it felt like he was just not looking good at the plate last night, but starts 2-1 here, so in a good count to drive in JoJo Jackson, or at the very least try and move him over to third base for Sam Daggers on deck.
2 balls and 1 strike is the count for Campbell, who comes into the game at 8 for 35. That is a 228. As that one is lifted into right, will drop in a bloop style for a base hit. JoJo Jackson rounds to third. He will be held by Clint Marsh, the coach there, as that brings up Sam Daggers to the plate. So Christian Campbell picking up his first hit in the last 2 games. So count it 1 for 5 now for him, which, as you were saying, Matthew, he did get on base off of an error, which we thought should have been scored as a hit. Nonetheless, it was counted as an error, so it's statistically hit number 1 for him out of 2 games, and hit number 1 in this game, of course, but really should be 2 out of 5. As the first pitch in the meantime to Sam Daggers goes downstairs, ball 1. Count is 1-0 to start things off here for Daggers, playing left field this evening for the Cardinals. Here comes the 1-0 that is lifted and fouled, stays in the field. So 1-1 is the count now for Daggers, who is 8 for 35 coming into this game. That is a 228 batting average, 7 RBIs in the process of his 8 hits. No home runs yet, so if he can get one now, it certainly could. It obviously will be a momentum shift for the Cardinals here, as they have recorded, or tied rather, the hits, as that one is lifted into center. Looks to be playable, as Younger will make the catch out there. He certainly will. In the meantime, it will bring JoJo Jackson home. So the Cardinals lead here in this bottom half of the second, 1-0. 1 out on the board. The Cardinals do have Christian Campbell at first, trying to make the advance at second, but of course with the catch out in the center field, he has to go back if he didn't tag up. So Noah Carter will come up to try and at least advance Christian Campbell a little bit farther if he can't score him, which, I mean, would be a good thing if he can score him. But nonetheless, 1 out on the board, bottom of the second. Cardinals now lead 1-0 over the Tom Sox in game number 1. First pitch in the meantime will go down the strike zone, strike 1 for Carter here, who comes into this at-bat 10 for 41. That's a 243 batting average, 6 RBIs out of the 10 hits.
Yeah, and again, this is the first run that Bice has given up in his including the last start, as he threw 6 scoreless in his last start, I believe, against Stanton. I could be wrong on that, but he pitched well, but giving up a run early here to the Front Royal Cardinals, as that's always going to determine who wins the game, is who's going to drive in runs when the opportunity arises. In the last inning, the Charlotte Tom Sox left the bags loaded to end the inning, and the Cardinals score here in the first opportunity that they get a runner in scoring position, as Noah Carter is dealt the next pitch. This one's popped up, looks to be playable by the third baseman, Abrams, and he makes the play. So 2 outs here in the bottom half of the second inning, and Christian Campbell still standing on first following his single 2 batters ago.
That brings up Brennan Chisholm to the plate, the third baseman for the Cardinals this evening. There are 2 outs on the board, despite what the scoreboard says here in-house at Bing Crosby. And it seems like there's more errors with the scoreboard than there are errors on the field. Anyway, 2 outs on the board. Here comes the pitch to Chisholm. That'll be dribbled around by the catcher Rojas. So it will be a stolen base on the behalf of Christian Campbell, as he went immediately as the pitch was dealt. So runner now on second for the Cardinals, possibly in scoring position depending on what Chisholm can do. He is 4 for 37 coming into this game. That is a 108 batting average. And the 1-0 comes in, will go down the strike zone to even the count at a down 1-1.
Yeah, and Brennan Chisholm has struggled a lot recently. I cannot remember the last time he got a hit. He did drive in a run yesterday, as we mentioned, off of an error from the second baseman. As this one's grounded onto short, the throw onto first is in time, so Brennan Chisholm is retired here in the bottom of the second inning. But not before the Cardinals score 1 run on 2 hits, one by JoJo Jackson and another by Christian Campbell. JoJo then scored on a sac fly by Sam Dagger. So the Cardinals lead 1-0 going into the top of the third here in this Game 1 doubleheader against the Charlottesville Tom Sox. So thanks for those of you guys listening on the Front Row Cardinals radio network, on Front Row Examiner live YouTube page, and Stretch Internet Radio Network.
Welcome to Hazard Mill Farms, located in the beautiful Appalachian foothills of Virginia. The farm offers lodging, a retreat center, and catering. We also offer a wide range of outdoor activities and recreation. Located on the banks of the Shenandoah River, we invite you to enjoy many river activities, swimming, tubing, and canoeing. We provide many options for your wedding and other events. If you want a peaceful place to relax, spend time with family, simply enjoy the beauty of the surrounding area, or host a killer event, Hazard Mill Farms is the perfect place for you. All of our rental spaces are available for your special event. Visit hazardmillfarm.com to reserve today.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it does.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium. We return to you with a 1-0 ball game in the top half of the third, where the Cardinals lead over the visiting Charlottesville Tom Sox in Game 1 of the doubleheader, as Michael Schultz comes in for his possibly third full inning if he can complete it, as the first pitch to Norman will be down the strike zone, strike one. Nothing. I want to start things off here for Norman, who is 0 for 1 on the evening so far. Here comes the pitch. That one misses for ball one. So the count now evens at a down count. 1 ball, 1 strike here for Norman here in plate appearance number 2 on the night. Satchel Norman coming into the game 23 for 68. That is a .338 batting average as the 1-1 comes in and goes down the strike zone. Make it strike 2 for the leadoff batter, Satchel Norman, in this frame. Following him will be Wagner and Prevesk that are all due up for the Tom Sox here in this top half of the third. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here it comes from Schultz. That one misses ball 2. So the count evens now at a down count. 2 balls and 2 strikes for another even count in this at-bat.
For any of you guys watching, the hitter Norman just did a little bit of the Soto shuffle, if any of you guys know what that is. Typically the best hitter in the league, in the MLB, in my opinion, but by far the best hitter on the Nationals, a key part to their 2019 World Series run. Juan Soto does like a little shuffle after he takes a ball, especially with 2 strikes, just to kind of stare down the pitcher and show him what's up as the 3-2 is dealt. And that one's through the hole for a base hit. So hit number 1 for Satchel Norman as he flew out in his last at-bat, calling up Cole Wagner.
Cole Wagner coming up 1 for 1 with a .365 batting average. Make it 23 for 63. He was the reason the Tom Sox had a hit earlier. He was the only Tom Sox up until the top half of the second to record a hit. As Schultz sets up on the mound, deals the opening pitch of the at-bat. That one misses for ball 1. Count is 1-0 to start things off here for Wagner in plate appearance number 2.
Yeah, and Wagner came up first pitch swinging as that one is swung through, now 1-1. But he came up first pitch swinging in his last at-bat, driving a double into the left center field gap. And he extends his on-base streak to 18 games now. So 18 games in a row, he has reached base safely. And He can't extend it any further, obviously, because he's already gotten on base, but he will look to extend it in game number 2 of this doubleheader as he gets a 2-1 here from Schultz.
No outs on the board. Here comes the pitch. Runner advances to second. The play will not be in time, as it was the second man in the lineup, Sancho Norman, who got on off of a hit running from first to second. He will get safely off of the attempted pick from Carter to Jeffcoat. So still no outs on the board. 2-2 count for Wagner, who again is 1-for-1 on the evening with a hit and the first hit that the Tom Sox recorded earlier on in the first. Schultz looks back at second. Nobody home to make a play. Here comes the 2-2. That is cut on in the direction of right. Will drop for a base hit at the dirt line where the outfield meets the infield dirt. So runners now threaten on first and third for the Tom Sox. No outs on the board as the fourth batter in the lineup, Matthew Prevesk, will come up. 1-0 ball game in the favor of the Cardinals. However, the Tom Sox have the tying run at third. Tom Sox now lead in the hit column 4-2, where it was tied by the Cardinals in this bottom half of the second as Prevesk fouls that one back. 0-1 is the count with no outs down, top of the third.
Yeah, and Schultz looking to limit damage here yet again, as in the first inning had bases loaded and 1 out and did not allow a run, as he has first and third here with nobody out and is looking to do the same thing. And his last outing, he went 6 2/3, giving up 8 hits and 3 walks, but only giving up 2 runs. So he did manage to work out of trouble there. So hopefully he can do the same thing here against the Tom Sox, especially here in this inning.
He fouls that one away for strike 2. Count is now 1-2 strikes here. Prevesk again 0-for-1 on the evening, make it 13 for 41. That is a .317 batting average. 1 home run and 7 RBIs in the process. That will be fielded at first. Or not, thank you. Not quite sure what happened. I looked up and thought I saw the ball in the glove of Drew Camp, but not quite. As the run will score from third, it is now a tie ball game at 1-1.
Yeah, Drew Camp did the right thing trying to get in front of the ball, but he tried picking the ball rather than just blocking it, as I guess he was trying to make the play at the plate, but I think it would have been close either way, and he would have just had to go to first either way. So when he went to pick the ball, he just missed it, and now that sets up first and second after the error. But now Trey Younger, base hit to left field, and that's going to score a run after Sam Daggers misplays it in left field. So not too much help right now for Michael Schultz on the mound, giving up 2 straight runs on a hit and an error. So it's still first and second here and nobody out, but now bringing up Gavin Abrams to the plate as he looks to extend this 2-1 lead over the Cardinals right now.
First pitch in the meantime to Abrams will miss for ball 1. Count is 1-0 to start things off here for Garrett Abrams. My apologies, Gavin Abrams. Geez, I'm messing names up left, right, and center here. 1-for-1 this evening. That I do know. As the 1-0 comes in now, make it 2-0 following that pitch. Abrams coming in 14 for 64. That is a .219 batting average. So off of 1 hit, his batting average has gone up from a .206. That one's cracked into right, will drop for a base hit. And the bags will load yet again for the Tom Sox, but this time they have the advantage. Last time it was a scoreless ball game in the top half of the second. Now it is the top half of the third. The Tom Sox have taken the lead.
Now batting number 13.
As that brings up Kyle Edwards, the shortstop for the Tom Sox.
Yeah, just playing station to station right there as the base hit to right field was hit too hard and JoJo Jackson's arm too good to try and run on it as Clint Marsh comes out for his first mound visit here for Michael Schultz as he looks to limit the damage here. Again, nobody out, and the bases are yet again loaded for the Tom Sox. So they're looking to improve on what they did last inning and continue what they're doing this inning, driving in 2 runs so far. And I believe they're 3 for 3 rather, with runners in scoring position so far in this inning. So they're looking to continue that with Kyle Edwards, the shortstop, coming to the plate.
It is a 2-1 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox now. The Cardinals led in the bottom half of the second 1-0. Now with either defensive errors or just getting the bats hot for the Tom Sox, it is now a 2-1 ball game with bags loaded, no outs. As Kyle Edwards, the shortstop, steps into the right-hand batter's box following the infield visit.
Yeah, and again, this is a team that have averaged 15 runs in their last 3 games, and they've scored double digits in 3 straight with 17, 16, and 12. So I think the second inning rather, where they didn't score with runners in scoring position, was more of a fluke, and now they're actually coming back to their true form here, succeeding with runners in scoring position, as the 0-1 is dealt, and that one is over for a strike. So 0-2 here on Kyle Edwards.
Edwards coming into the at-bat with nothing in the statistical category. He walked previously, so his at-bat didn't count off of the walk. 0-2 is the count. Here comes the pitch. That one will be
a balk.
Called a ball. Or balk, my apologies. Wrong. Missed a letter. There we go. So they will call the balk. It scores a run. So make it a 3-1 ball game now in the favor of the Tom Sox, with Kyle Edwards at the plate facing 0-2.
So Schultz, I guess, was wondering what he did wrong there, as I think what they're going to call is that he did not come set or pause for a long enough time.
Oh-2 count in the meantime for Kyle Edwards. Runners on second and third now for the Tom Sox. Here comes the pitch. That one misses downstairs, ball 1.
Yeah, and that's a big balk, as now there's no force out except to first base, and now the runners will have to be tagged, whereas the base is loaded. You can at least make the force out at any bag if the play is there. So Schultz deals the 1-2. That one swung on and missed. Strike 1 and strikeout number 3 here for Schultz, as he gets Kyle Edwards, down swinging on a slider, and coming up now is Julian Rojas.
Rojas coming up in this at-bat with a walk under his belt as well. Sits at a 171 batting average coming into this one. Got runners on second and third, 1 out. 3-1 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. First pitch is way upstairs inside the batter's box of Rojas. Had to duck, not as much as we saw earlier from Schultz. So 1-0 is the count now for Rojas. And plate appearance number 2 here on the evening.
Yeah, and the bullpen already going for the Cardinals, so Schultz will look to get out of this one, as this one's grounded on to third, but it will go foul, as I think the Cardinals caught a little bit of a break there with Chisholm bobbling it at third base, so I think the runner would have reached safely to first, and the runners on second and third would have stayed put. And unless I'm seeing it incorrectly, I think that's Chase Stanhope warming up in the bullpen right now, number 18 for the Cardinals, as Schultz looks to get out of this one unscored upon from here on out. Already 3 runs here for the Tom Sox, as I think another base runner or another run for the Tom Sox will result in Schultz coming out of this ball game, as the 1-1 here to Rojas is swung on and missed, so 1 strike away from strikeout number 2 in the inning.
Certainly, I don't know how you can tell who is pitching out there. I mean, maybe it's my bad eyesight. I don't know. In the meantime, 1 ball, 2 strikes here for Rojas, as he has second and third loaded. In the meantime, that one will be called as a strike 3 looking. Rojas goes down on strikes, make it 2 straight, and that brings up Garrett Spikes for the Tom Sox here. Spike's coming up 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He sits at a 260 now, counting that previous at-bat and all the other ones. As the first pitch in the meantime is missed for ball 1. Count is 1-0 to start things off.
Yeah, and when Spike struck out on his last at-bat, he struck out on a back foot slider with with the bases loaded with 1 out. And when Spike swings, it looks like his hips kind of fly open earlier than the rest of his body. Or if it flies open before he gets his bat through the zone, as this one's popped into center field. Looks to be playable by height, and he makes the play. So the Cardinals allow 3 runs, but the damage stops there, as with second and third and nobody out, the Tom Sox fail to scratch across another run, but they still do lead 3-6 after the top of the third concludes. So going into the bottom of the third, the Cardinals looking to score some runs. Coming up for them is going to be Riley Frost, then the top of the lineup. So we will see you guys in the bottom of this third inning. Thank you for those of you guys listening on Stretch Internet Radio Network and those of you guys listening and watching live on the Front Row Examiner live YouTube page.
The Knights of Columbus. Catholic men building a ridge back to faith. There's much work to be done in this world. Good work, necessary work. And that's what the Knights do every day. Assisting the sick and disabled. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Whether they are next door or halfway around the world, this is the journey we are on. Our path. We do it to be better husbands, fathers, sons, neighbors, and Catholics. We invest our time, our effort, and our resources into our values: charity, unity, fraternity, patriotism. We come from many places and backgrounds and stages in our lives, but we are all of one faith. It's one thing to say who you are, it's another to live. Put your values into action. That's what we do at the Knights of Columbus. That's who we are.
The Wines Family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
Welcome back to Bing Crosby Stadium. We come to you from the top half of the third from Bing Crosby Stadium as the Cardinals send up Riley Frost as the first pitch to him will miss low for ball 1. So the count starts up 1-0 to start things off here for Frost in his first plate appearance of this evening's game. As the 1-0 comes in and will go down the strike zone, strike 1. Count evens at a down count, 1 ball, 1 strike here for Riley Frost. Frost coming up 15 for 90. That's a 166. 1-1 comes in and will go down the strike zone again. Strike 2.
In these past few games, at least the ones at Bing Crosby Stadium, we haven't seen much of the Frost brothers, as it seems like they've been using Chisholm, Christian Campbell, and Jeff Coate as their primary third baseman, second baseman, and shortstop, as Riley Frost grounds out to the third baseman there. So that will bring up Dallas Height, the leadoff hitter and center fielder for the Cardinals. He flew out to center field in his last at-bat, looking to improve on that and get the offense going as Cardinals are trailing by 2 runs here in the bottom of the third.
Here comes the pitch to the original leadoff batter, Dallas Height. That one misses for him as a strike 1. Count is 0-1 to start things off here for Height, who looks for his first bit of action here. He is 0 for 1. As that one will go down the strike zone as well, strike 2. Height coming up 27 for 118. That is a 229 batting average as the 0-2 comes in and misses ball 1. So the count goes 1-2 now for the original leadoff batter out in center field this evening. 1 out down, bottom of the third. 3-1 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. As the pitch comes in, is delivered, and will get
Beat that
to
out.
the shortstop. The play at first is in time.
for out number 2. Bice keeping things here as we will go from Height to Jeffcoat with 2 outs on the board in this bottom half of the third.
Jeffcoat in his first at bat popped out to the second baseman, looked to be jammed by a fastball here by Bice, so hoping to turn on this one and catch a barrel rather than the in part of the bat as he looks to bunt, but that one's taken outside for a ball.
Count is 1-0 to start things off here for Jeffcoat, who is 0 for 1 on the evening, 25 for 67. That is a .373 batting average. 2 outs on the board, bottom of the third. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That one misses. Strike 1 for Jeffcoat as he signaled bunt again on that one. Count evens at a down count. 1 ball, 1 strike here.
Yeah, that was more of a head scratcher that he went to bunt on that last pitch as that one's over for a strike, 1 and 2 now. But typically when you show bunt for a first time, the infielders are going to expect it for pitch number 2. So I guess he tried bunting for a base hit on 2 straight instead of just trying to swing the bat. As now he's down 0-2. And he fouls this one off through the legs. So 1 and 2 remains the count here to Trent Jeffcoat.
We'd like to remind you that all foul balls this evening are sponsored by the Logan Matico Foundation. If you'd like to find out more information about the Logan Matico Foundation, visit them online at livelikelogan14.com. And if you're posting about the foundation or with an event that the foundation is hosting or sponsoring, as Jeffcoat fouls that one off, make sure you use the hashtag in your posting, LiveLikeLogan. Again, thank you to the Logan Matico Foundation for sponsoring our foul balls this evening and even yesterday evening as well. As Jeffcoat comes back into the left-hand batter's box, 2 outs on the board, bottom of the third, 1-2 count coming to the shortstop. As Bice sets on the mound and deals the 1-2. That was popped too short, bouncing ball. The play at first looks to be in time. It will, in fact, be for out number 3. We have played through 3 complete innings in this game. Number 1 is a 3-1 ball game in the favor of the visiting Charlottesville Tom Sox. We come back to you going into the top half of the fourth on the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network right after this.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokinawa Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Row Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it does.
Back here live at Bing Crosby Stadium on the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network. We return to you in the top half of the fourth, what is a 3-1 ball game in the favor of the visiting Charlottesville Tom Sox here.
Number 8.
As Christian Martin will lead things off here for the Tom Sox in this top half of the fourth. Schultz deals the opening pitch. That one misses, ball 1. So the count will start 1-0 for Martin here in plate appearance number 3.
Martin, the only one not to hit last inning, as the Tom Sox batted around almost, bringing up 8 guys to the plate, scoring 3 runs, but leaving runners on second and third to end that inning. As 3-0 here from Michael Schultz to Christian Martin.
We've got some scores around the Valley League. We will get to that after this 3-0 comes in. That one will miss ball 4. So Martin will take the 90-foot walk of fame, his first on-base appearance, rather. In the meantime, Stanton beating Purcellville in Game 1 of that doubleheader, top of the 4th there as well. 1-1 game in a tie. And there's more around the Valley League. Winchester and Waynesboro getting ready to start. They start at 5:30, I believe is what the time was. Also, Harrisonburg and Woodstock getting set and ready to start at 5:30, I believe, as well. And again, 3-1 ball game here in Front Royal against the Tom Sox and the Cardinals. Runner on first is Christian Martin, as the new batter, Satchel Norman, will face a strike on the first one, 0-1 to start things off here for plate appearance number 3 for him.
Yeah, Norman didn't like that call. I'm not sure exactly what he's complaining about. That one looked borderline, but it looked on the lower half of the. It crossed the lower half of the zone, and it was definitely over the plate. So I was wondering if he thought it was low, but also Noah Carter kind of jabbed at it. So he didn't do a great job to present that pitch. So it didn't look like a strike, even though it crossed the plate as he swings through that one. So now 0-2 here on Satchel Norman.
No outs on the board, top of the 4th. It is a 3-1 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox here in game number 1 of the doubleheader. As Schultz will set on the mound, got an 0-2 coming from him. Runner advances to second. He will get there safely as the ball goes past the catcher, Noah Carter, rather underneath Noah Carter.
Yeah, and Carter just, I think, trying to do too much there. It did not impact the Cardinals, as Christian Martin easily could have made it to third, I think, if he saw the ball get by Noah Carter. But nonetheless, Carter, I think, trying to throw him out and pick it at the same time instead of just trying to go down and block it, as Schultz deals out one upstairs. So 2-2 here on Satchel Norman.
Again, no outs on the board in this top of the 4th. Satchel Norman coming up 1 for 2, make it 24 for 69. Counting all of his at-bats coming into this game, it's a 348, 2 home runs and 15 RBIs in the process here. As Schultz sets on the mound, got a runner directly behind him on second. Sets up, looks back at second, nobody home to make the play for the Cardinals. Here comes the 3-2 is what the scoreboard says. It, in fact, is, as it'll be called strike 3. So Schultz picks up another strikeout, make it number 4. Or my apologies, number 5. Forgot to add it on the night. Schultz picking up number 22. Nope, that's with 4. 23 on the season there, as Wagner comes up now. Cole Wagner coming up, 2 for 2 on the evening. First pitch in the meantime to him will be missed for ball 1. Count is 1-0. Start things off here for Wagner in plate appearance number 3. The 1-0 coming, he will cut and miss strike 1. Count now evens at a down count, 1 ball and 1 strike. 24 for 64 coming into this at bat. That is a 375. So his batting average with that has come up as he cuts and misses on that one, strike 2. Started with a 354, and again, he's gone up to a 375 with the 2 perfect at-bats he's had so far. As Schultz looks back at second, nobody home to make the play. Will deal the 1-2. That one will miss ball 2. So the count now evens again. A down count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out down, top of the 4th. 3-1 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox in this game number 1. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That one goes downstairs, ball 3. So we have another payoff coming from Schultz. The second one straight. Schultz coming into the game with a 4.61 ERA. His ERA on the evening is 5.41. So looking to bring that down with a payoff coming. That one will be fouled off. Matthew Previsk tried to catch the foul ball as it was in his area in the on-deck circle, but he didn't make that catch. I don't think they would have called that an out, would they? Just kidding. Payoff number 2 coming from Schultz. He sets on the mound. Here comes, and he will keep that one fair. It's fielded at second. The play at first will be in time. So it is a sacrifice hit to get the runner Christian Martin from second to third. With 2 outs on the board, top of the 4th, still 3-1 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox.
Number 29.
As that brings up Matthew Previsk again, tried catching the ball in the on-deck circle. 2 outs on the board again, top of the 4th. Schultz sets on the mound and deals it. That one is lined foul on the third base side. Looks to be playable. In fact, it will not be. So 0-1 is the count for Previsk. Plate appearance number 3 for him. Coming up 13 for 42. That is a .310 batting average. A home run and 7 RBIs out of his 13 hits. Looking to get warmed up here as he faces 0-1 on this one. It comes and he fouls that one away as well. 0-2 is the count. And Previsk has, in fact, struck out once out of his 2 at-bats so far in this game number 1. He sets in the batter's box. Schultz sets on the mound, looks at third, and will look back from the batter to third. He will deal the 0-2. That one misses, ball 1. Count goes 1-2 now for Previsk. Again, plate appearance number 3, looking for his first bit of action here. One ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. That one misses, low, ball 2. Count now evens at a down count 2-2 for Matthew Previsk.
Not that Schultz isn't making good pitches on 2 strikes, but the Tom Sox are really, really patient, not really swinging too far out of the zone as that one's grounded to the pitcher, Schultz. He makes the play, and out number 3 is recorded, so the Front Row Cardinals don't allow a run here in the top of the 4th.
That'll take us into the break between the top and bottom of the 4th. When we return to you, the Cardinals look to respond to the first scoreless frame they've given since they entered the 3rd. They had the lead going into it 1-0, and since then have trailed 3-1. As we take a sideline here in the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network, Cardinals looking to get back into this game by getting the bats hot. We return to you right after this.
The Knights of Columbus. Catholic men building the ridge back to faith. There's much work to be done in this world. Good work, necessary work. And that's what the Knights do every day. Assisting the sick and disabled. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Whether they are next door or halfway around the world, this is the journey we're on. Our path. We do it to be better husbands, fathers, sons, neighbors, and Catholics. We invest our time, our effort, and our resources into our values, charity, unity, fraternity, patriotism. We come from many places and backgrounds and stages in our lives, but we are all of one faith. It's one thing to say who you are, it's another to live. Put your values into action. That's what we do at the Knights of Columbus. That's who we are.
We welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium, and as we enter the bottom half of the 4th inning, Cardinals trail 3-1 to the visiting Charlottesville Tom Sox in this game number 1 of the doubleheader. We'd like to remind you that foul balls are sponsored this evening by the Logan Matico Foundation. Visit them online at livelikelogan14.com. And we'd also like to remind you that the Valley Baseball League's All-Star Game for the 2022 slate is coming on Sunday, July 17th, so exactly 1 week from today. And believe it or not, it is coming to the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium. In the meantime, Drew Camp cuts and misses on the first pitch to him from Bice for strike one. Count is 0-1 to start things off here for Camp in plate appearance number 2 on the evening. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one is missed downstairs in the opposing batter's box for ball one. Count evens at a down count for Camp 1-1. As he sits 23 for 83 coming into this at-bat with a 1-1 coming in, misses ball 2. Camp sitting 277 on the season coming into this at-bat. That is, or out of 8 RBIs out of his 23 hits. Looking to make it number 24 and to get the Cardinals back into the game here as they trail 3-1, looking to rather get the bats hot as they had a tie in the hit column 2-2, and the Tom Sox have since taken that over 6-2 now. 2-1 count. No outs down as the leadoff batter, Drew Camp, comes up. Here comes the pitch. That one will go down the strike zone. Strike number 2 is the call. Count evens at a down count 2-2. Bice sets on the mound. 2-2 coming. He will deal it. That one misses ball 3. So the count fills again, this time for Drew Camp. The leadoff batter for this frame, bottom of the 4th. Following him will be JoJo Jackson and Christian Campbell that are knowingly due up as Camp looks at that one go by him for strike number 3. So out number 1 is recorded on Camp, who will go down 0 for 2. JoJo Jackson coming up now. Christian Campbell following him for what we know will be due up. If Campbell or JoJo Jackson stay alive and get on base, following them will be Sam Daggers. But right now, JoJo Jackson coming up with a beautiful start so far. 1 for 1 with a line drive into shallow left that just about stayed fair. He's done that several times this season. With 1 out on the board, here comes the pitch. That is a first cut and miss, strike 1 for Jackson here.
Coming into this at-bat, the Cardinals have sent up the last 7 batters have been retired. So the last batter to reach was Christian Campbell on a base hit to right as JoJo swings through that one. The last productive at-bat was a fly ball to center field by Sam Daggers to drive in JoJo Jackson in the bottom of the 2nd inning. But since then, it's been nothing doing as Bryce has really shoved on the mound. This one outside 1 and 2.
1 out is on the board in this bottom half of the 4th. Cardinals trail 3-1 to the Tom Sox in game 1 of the doubleheader this evening. As Bice will set on the mound and deal the 1-2. That one is popped up into left and will be foul. So the count will stay where it is for the cleanup batter, JoJo Jackson here, as he's looking to keep his hit streak alive in this game. 1 for 1 so far, looking to make it 2 for 2 if he can get it. Faces a 1-2 with 1 out and nobody on base for the Cardinals here. That is going to happen several more times. Oh, I love it when my voice cracks in the middle of a sentence. 1 ball, 2 strikes for JoJo. I might need another water during the break. I don't know. My throat's not dry for once, but oh well. Here comes the 1-2 that misses ball 2. Count evens at a down count 2-2 now for the JoJo Jackson, the cleanup hitter this evening.
Yeah, and the reason that JoJo had that last hit down the third baseline is because of how far that third baseman is playing off the line. So JoJo Jackson fouls that one off down the first baseline, picked up by the catcher. But the third baseman probably 2 or 3 steps in the dive off of the left field line. And typically the rule is you want to be about a step and a dive away from the line and be able to stop any ball roasted down the line. But JoJo Jackson snuck that one by as he fouls off yet another pitch. It remains 2-2.
1 out is recorded in this bottom half of the 4th. That came from Drew Camp in the previous one as he struck out. JoJo Jackson coming up for plate appearance number 2, looking to keep his hit streak
alive here. Here comes the 2-2 that is fouled off on the third base side this time. Count stays where it is, 2-2. My Lord, I might need to get a water quicker than I thought. Oh, geez. One out down, bottom of the fourth. JoJo Jackson again, 1-for-1 on the evening. Got the first hit for the Cardinals earlier on in this game in the second inning, where the Cardinals scored one to take a then 1-0 lead. They now trail 3-1.
Yeah, and Bice has gone to that backdoor slider quite often in this at-bat. That's the third time now as JoJo Jackson somehow gets a piece of that fastball well into the right-hand batter's box, and fights it off for what will remain a 2-2 count here.
JoJo has fouled off, it seems like the last 100, because this at-bat has been extended. And I don't think Bice is pretty happy with that, but I say JoJo is extremely happy, but not as happy as he can get on base. As there appears to be a time on the field, most likely by JoJo. As he steps back into the left-hand batter's box, Bice sets and deals the 2-2. That is fouled away, that hit the umpire in a bad spot.
Yeah. That looked to bounce up and get him in a spot men don't want to be hitting. As he's down right now and looks to be struggling. So hopefully they can get him some water and he can take a breather and be fine.
I think when you described it just like that, I think all males really got the feeling there too. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of did too.
I think he was hit in the upper thigh region. I don't think he was hit right in the area, but hit towards the upper thigh. So
they will take a look at him here. He is up on his feet now. Everybody will break away now. So good to see that he will stay with us at least, because umpires are one of the most vital parts of the game. You could argue that up and down, that they can get the calls right, wrong. They could say the sky is red when it's really blue. You could say that, but without umpires, none of this would be possible. And you just got to give the love and the credit no matter how good or bad they're doing. So we appreciate the umpires. We love the umpires, and we hope that whenever they get hurt, especially, that they're just like a player. We got to make sure that they're okay. As in the meantime, JoJo faces ball 3 on that one. Count fills for a payoff on the next one. Nobody on base for the Cardinals. 3-1 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. One out down, bottom of the fourth. Bice sets and deals the payoff, and then it's fouled back. So JoJo fouls yet another one. The first one with the payoff count. But this is at least 10 that he's fouled back, if not close, in this entire at-bat.
Yeah, great at-bat here from JoJo as the 3-2 is delivered, and that's going to be ball 4. So what an at-bat by JoJo Jackson to get on here with one out, as coming up is Christian Campbell. That's the first base runner the Cardinals have had since Christian Campbell came to the plate in the bottom of the second inning. And
go ahead.
Just going back to the umpires, I know a few weeks ago while the Cardinals were on the road, they had an incident where the ump got hit in the head by a foul ball and had to come out of the game. So then I think he ended up having a concussion or concussion protocol. So he came out, and then there were only 2 umpires left for the rest of the game. So hopefully no other umpire gets injured in this game, because just as much as it's tough for 3 of them to ump already, 2 to cover an entire baseball game is very, very difficult, as Campbell fouls the first 2 pitches off, and JoJo will remain at first base.
It appeared that Wagner lost that one in the sunlight, so 0-2 is the count for Campbell instead of being fielded out by Wagner, the first baseman. But going back to JoJo's at-bat, he saw 14 pitches in that entire at-bat, and I'd say at least 8 or 9 of those were fouled off.
Yeah.
So 1 out on the board, 0-2 count for Christian Campbell, who is also 1 for 1 on the evening. As Bice sets on the mound, got JoJo Jackson on first. He will deal the 0-2. That is popped up, playable into right. Looks to actually be playable by Norman, rather. Out number 2 is recorded as Campbell goes down 1 for 2 following that one. That'll bring up Sam Daggers to the plate.
Yeah, defense making adjustment there for the Tom Sox as Christian Campbell blooped one into right field. So in this at-bat, the outfield played shallow on Campbell, not allowing a weak hit ball to drop into right field. And now that one was right at him and probably would have been made either way, but it was just right at him due to the fact that he was playing shallow. So Bice will deal the 0-0 to Daggers, and that one swung on and hit to first. That one's going to get foul, though. So 0-1 here to Sam Daggers.
Daggers did, in fact, record an RBI in the previous one. He was the reason that the Cardinals got on the board with a JoJo Jackson trot from third. He did get out following the hit, but so the hit didn't count, but he did, in fact, bat that run in. So an RBI on the night for him as he faces a 1-1 now on the next pitch from Bice here. 2 outs down, bottom of the fourth, 3-1 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox in game 1 of 2. Here comes the 1-1. That'll be miss for ball 2 as Daggers had to duck to miss that one. 2-1 count on the next one from Emmett Bice, who sits in this game 49 strikes, 18 balls. ERA in the game is 2.45. And here comes the 2-1 as that's popped up into center. Looks to be playable by Younger. He will make the catch and retire to the side. So we've played through 4 complete in this game 1 of the doubleheader. 3-1 ball game in the favor of the Charlottesville Tom Sox. We take a sideline here in the Front Royal Cardinals radio network. When we return, the Tom Sox will return to the offensive slate in the top half of the 5th.
I'm J.B. Howler, President and CEO of U.S. Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster, and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it can.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium as in the break we are introduced to a new pitcher. It is in fact Chase Stanhope, who is coming in for Michael Schultz, who pitched for complete. So if the Cardinals do in fact end up beating the Tom Sox in this game number 1, he will not get the win. Stanhope coming into this game following Michael Schultz again. So we will take a brief sideline to finish Stanhope's warm-ups up. Actually, never mind. They just finished. Uh-oh. Anyway, as the Tom Sox, in the meantime, will call up their next batter, Trey Younger. Still a 1-1 ball game in Stanton against the Percival Cannons in the top half of the 6th inning. Scoreless game in Waynesboro against the Winchester Royals in the bottom half of the first. 2-0 ball game to the Harrisonburg Turks against the Woodstock River Bandits as Younger pops up in the direction of second now as it's fielded by Riley Frost. got just behind the pitcher's mound, so not exactly a direction, but it will be called an out at second. But again, Harrisonburg defeating Woodstock so far, 2-0 in the bottom half of the first. And it does appear that the first has ended with 3 outs on the board here. It is a 3-1 ball game in the top half of the fifth. Geez, I need to figure out what I'm doing here. Top half of the fifth, 3-1 ball game, 1 out on the board here at Bing Crosby Stadium. And that is grounded to first. Drew Camp flipping to Chase Stanhope, who makes the play at first. Out number 2 recorded, as that's the second batter brought up and taken back. As that brings up Kyle Edwards, the shortstop for the Tom Sox in this game number 1.
Kyle Edwards.
Yeah, Stanhope looking for a quick inning here, as that was only pitch number 3 so far, as Stanhope delivers to Edwards, and that one's up and away. And that's one of the advantages, at least from what I've seen so far, to pitching to the Charlottesville Tom Sox, is they are very good at not chasing, but they are very aggressive when the ball is thrown in the zone. So it will allow for a lower pitch count for whoever's pitching, as I believe Michael Schultz had around 70-ish pitches, and he got knocked up for 3 runs and faced base runners almost every inning. As that one's flown into center field, that's going back, but Dallas Height has a beat on it. He comes in, makes the play, so 3 outs are recorded on only 6 pitches. So the Front Row Cardinals will go into the bottom of the fifth looking to come back from a 3-1 deficit so far, as we will see you on the other side of the 5th inning. Thanks to those of you guys listening and watching live on the Front Row Examiner and Stretch Internet Radio Network.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokenauer Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishert Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Row Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
Green to Ground Electrical is a proud sponsor of the Front Royal Cardinals. Green to Ground is a Class A electrical contractor serving the Shenandoah Valley in Northern Virginia region. Building relationships since 2019 by being reliable, dependable, and trustworthy. Offering both residential and commercial services, no job is too big for our team to handle. We are a licensed and insured company, serving customers peace of mind, one circuit at a time.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium with another new pitcher, this time on behalf of the Tom Sox. Emmett Bice has been replaced after 4 complete. Replacing him will be Chase Roberts for the Tom Sox. Evening lefty pitcher, 5'10", 190-pound junior out of San Jacinto College North, hometown of Spring, Texas. Roberts does not appear to have any stats on my stat sheet. I can take a look really quick on point streak. And he, in fact, does not have any stats. So this appears, according to what I have, his first game as a Tom Sock here. As also point streak has no stats on him as well, no picture either. Still a 1-1 ball game in Stanton against the Purcellville Cannons. Waynesboro and Winchester rounding into the top half of the second. No score from either team, but Winchester has recorded a hit on the night. Still a 2-0 ball game in Harrisonburg against the Woodstock River Bandits as they go into the top half of the second as well. The Turks scored 2 runs off of 1 hit so far. River Bandits giving up 2 errors in the game so far, as we have a 3-1 ball game in this bottom half of the fifth. In the meantime, the catcher Noah Carter lifts that one out in the center, but it will be played out in center by Ty Younger. Or my apologies, Trey Younger, rather. So 1 out on the board.
Ty.
This bottom
I was like, Ty.
I was thinking,
Ty was yesterday's
Ty
game.
Hooks is what I was thinking
was
of.
yesterday's game.
See, I've been for some reason, tempted to say Express instead of Tom Sox. And I don't know why. And then, what is it, Tuesday, Wednesday, the next game here, I'm going to be like, the Tom Sox are playing. No, they're not. In the meantime, Brennan Chisholm facing 1-0 on the next one following the missed pitch. Chisholm coming up 0 for 1, make it 4 for 38 on the season. That is a 105 batting average as the 1-0 comes in. That will miss downstairs ball 2. A great stop, though, by Julius Rojas.
Speaking of the next game, the Cardinals come here July 14th. That's the last game before the All-Star game on July 17th, a week from today. As on the 14th, the sponsors for the game will be Christendom College and Knights of Columbus. So hopefully you guys can make it out to that game on July 14th at 7 o'clock. It's the Newmarket Rebels coming to town, looking to extend on their not two-game winning streak. Rather, they're in second place, so they're looking to improve on their second spot in the division.
So Chisholm will, in fact, get walked there, as that brings up Riley Frost playing second base this evening for the Cardinals. And this is also very interesting. The Tom Sox were supposed to play Harrisonburg last night. It got postponed due to, get this, 2 inches of rain in 24 hours in that area.
Wow.
That is crazy. And all this information has been sent to us by the Tom Sox. So certainly great to have all of this information, especially the fun little blip saying Emmett Bice will make his 3rd start of the season in Game 1. Coming off of his best start of the season last week against Winchester, tossing 6 innings with 7 strikeouts. He's the only Tom Sox player to work 6 innings in a start this season, doing so in just 81 pitches. Now, he has been replaced in the break between this frame. It is now Chase Roberts coming up, and I don't necessarily think I have anything coming up for that.
Yeah, but Bice will still get the win on the evening if the Tom Sox can hold on, because the rule is 5 innings of work in a 9-inning game, but 4 innings of work in a 7-inning game. So with this being a doubleheader, the 4 innings that he pitched, the 4 innings he pitched allows him to qualify for the win if the Tom Sox are able to hold on to this 3-1 lead so far.
See, for some reason I said earlier that Schultz would not get the win because he didn't play 5 innings. I'm for some reason thinking that we're still playing 9, but then again, we're not playing Strasburg. That was last night as Frost flies out to right for out number 2. So that brings up the original leadoff batter, Dallas Height, for his 3rd plate appearance of the evening. Nothing going for him yet, as he's really looking for his first bit of spark, at least since I've been back for the last 2 games, looking for his first bit of spark in the last 2 games here at Bing Crosby Stadium.
Yeah, and I believe Dallas Height has been struggling big time recently. He only has 1 hit in his last 6 games.
As the pitch, in the meantime, gets away from the catcher Rojas, and Campbell will round, or my apologies, Chisholm rather, will round to second.
But indeed, Height has been struggling as he only has 1 hit in his last 6 games, and that's 2 hits in his last 7. And I don't feel like counting up the at-bats, but It's probably in the 28-ish area without a hit so far, or potentially into the 30s. So in a little bit of a rut here, but looking to get out of it with a 2-0 count now from the pitcher Chase Roberts.
Here's something else from the Sox on offense. The Tom Sox, according to the Tom Sox interns, they write the Tom Sox offense has exploded over the last 5 games, scoring 54 runs as that one slips through for the runner Chisholm to come home.
Chisholm stealing third base and a bad throw by Rojas allows him to get home as the ball got into left field. I believe Chisholm would have been safe either way, but the bad throw allows him to score. So Dallas Height in a 3-0 count here, probably taking all the way as he's just looking to get on base for Trent Jeffcoat. And with 2 outs here, as that one's over for a strike, now 3-1.
Also saying against Front Royal, the Sox have, again, as I said earlier, traveled to Bing Crosby Stadium for the first time since 2019. They have put more specifics into that as Dallas Height will walk. So he gets his first base appearance here. But with the more specifics added, the Tom Sox and the Cardinals play at the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium for the first time since June 2019, which was, in fact, a Tom Sox win of 2-1. So both teams right now have outscored that, but only by a run each. With a 3-2 ball game now as Trent Jeffcoat, the man up. First pitch downstairs, ball 1. Count is 1-0. This also says Charlottesville has won the last 4 meetings against Front Royal, 3 of the 4 coming in Charlottesville. They swept a makeup doubleheader with the Cardinals in 2021, outscoring Front Royal 14-3, which, of course, is most Cardinals fans that have kept up with the team last year will know. In the meantime, the throwback to second is not in time. Dallas Heights safe. But as the Cardinals fans who kept up with last year's team will know as well, they ended 17-25, missing 4th place by just a little bit. And unfortunately, were cut out of the playoffs there. As Trent Jeffcoat, in the meantime, faces a 1-1 with 2 outs down in this bottom half of the 5th in game number 1 of the doubleheader. Here comes the 1-1 as Height paces back and forth on the second to third base line. No play is made as nobody was home to make the play for the Tom Sox. 2-1 in the meantime to Jeffcoat, who is 0 for 2 on the evening, 25 for 68. That is a .368 batting average. As Roberts looks back at second, makes the 2-1 come. That will miss ball 3. So the second straight batter to face a 3-1 from Chase Roberts. 2 outs down, bottom of the 5th, 3-2 ball game in the advantage of the Tom Sox. Trent Jeffcoat, your man at the plate. Dallas Height at second following a walk and then a steal. Roberts sets on the mound. Deals the 3-1 to Jeffcoat. That will ping him on the right side. Jeffcoat will take the 90-foot walk of fame in a way that most players don't want to do. Looked to get him around the knee. Didn't hit him directly, but hit him on the side, and we will get a pitching visit from the Tom Sox pitching coach.
Yeah, and 90-foot walk of fame literally as Jeffcoat slowly paced all the way down to first base. Now, it didn't matter because time was out due to the fact that he was hit rather than walked. So it sets up first and second here with really good speed for the Front Royal Cardinals. Dallas Height on second and Trent Jeffcoat on first. Definitely 2 people willing and able to pull off a double steal here. And Drew Camp, one of the, I would say, hotter hitters for the Cardinals, as he does have a few really good games recently, and that average has really jumped up within the past, I would say, 2 or 3 weeks. So he's gotten in a groove here, coming into midseason form here at Bing Crosby Stadium. So he's set up here with first and second, 2 outs, but really good speed on the bags as the Cardinals look to tie up or even take the lead here, down 3-2 in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Drew Camp coming up now for plate appearance number 3 on the evening. 2 outs on the board, bottom of the 5th, 3-2 ball game with the go-ahead run standing on first now for the Cardinals. As Roberts deals, the throw will not be made to third as Dallas Height gets there. In the meantime,
yeah, and Height got a great jump there, read the pitcher perfectly, and the pitcher, Roberts, just did not look back to second base at all. Not Drew Camp, but the runner is off to second base. They have Trent Jeffcoat in a pickle, but Dallas Height will score before the tag, so the run will count, and the game is now tied up 3-3 as the Cardinals do score 2 before retiring the side, tying up the ball game 3-3. Going into the top of the 6th, it's now just a 2-inning ball game, as with a tied game and only playing 7 here with a doubleheader, the Cardinals look to get a win after a tough loss last night against the hot Tom Sox. So we'll come back to you in the top of the 6th. Thanks for those of you guys listening on Stretch Internet Radio Network and the Front Row Examiner.
Woods Cove Assisted Living has been working with families for over 15 years to offer quality care to patients who need additional support. We concentrate on working with our residents in need of this kind of support and delivering health care and other essential services in the solace of their new home. Our demonstrated track record of providing improved quality of life for our residents is evident in the satisfaction our families feel and the contentment our residents experience daily. We focus on quality health care that is family-centered and involve you, their family, and their health care plan. We understand that the services we provide should reflect the care a family member would afford our residents. Contact us at 540-636-6611 or visit us at 201 West Kreiser Road in Front Royal. At Woods Cove, your family is our family.
The Wines Family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take our care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
so Julian Rojas is the man to lead things off here for the expert Tom Sox. There we go. Did it. Told you I'd do it. In this top half of the 6th, the Tom Sox have 2 more frames of offense to play here, and it's now a tie ball game in the top half of the 6th inning. As the first pitch from Stanhope to the batter, Rojas, is missed for ball 1. Count is 1-0 to start things off for Rojas in plate appearance number 3. He walked previously in his second at-bat of the game. He has also struck out this evening to making him 0 for 1 on the night. He sits 2-0 in the count. As Stanhope sets on the mound, deals the 2-0. That one is a cut and miss, strike 1. Count is 2-1 now for Rojas. Plate appearance number 3, possibly at bat number 2, depending on what happens. Stanhope sets, got a 2-1 coming. He deals it. That one will be grounded past Stanhope, and it will bobble off of the glove of Riley Frost and will be good enough for the batter Rojas to get to first. So he will go 1 for 2 on the night with a walk on the evening so far. Matthew, would you score that as a hit or an error?
It was on the ground. Oh, I would definitely score that as a hit, as that one was on the ground to second and looked to be very playable. And by the time it hit Riley's glove, the runner was still only a fourth of the way down the baseline, so easily could have thrown him out if he came up with that cleanly. And I think Frost tried to get his momentum back to first base before actually coming up with the baseball. as that one is a balk by Chase Stanhope, and the runner will advance to second base. I don't think Stanhope came set, but I think his rhythm was thrown off there because when he went to come set the first time, I think his cleat kind of stuck when he was bringing his foot up to come set, and then just got thrown out of rhythm and did not come fully set before dealing the 0-1 here to Garrett Spikes. So 0-1, but a runner does advance to second on a balk here as Tom Sox look to come back after the Cardinals tied up the ball game here in the bottom of the fifth.
Here comes the 0-1 to Spikes and misses ball one. Count now evens at a down count 1-1 for Spikes, who sits 0 for 2 on the evening, 13 for 51 on the season. That is a 255 batting average.
Wait a minute. Wait a second.
And what
they called another balk, and I have no clue why.
We're going to see what happens. Clint Marsh is contesting it. If you're watching on the Royal Examiner, you can see on the left side, Marsh is meeting with the home plate umpire now.
And that was without a pitch even being thrown. So I think the umps are going to get together and discuss this, but I want to see what happened here, as the runner will now stand at third if it is still called a balk here, which is huge, as 2 balks, and now this is the third one of the game so far for the Cardinals, but the second one here in this inning, allowing the runner to get to third, and virtually nothing the hitters haven't had to do anything to move over the base runner.
We'll take a brief sideline during this to hear a word from the Valley Baseball League All-Star Game and a station identification coming to you on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network.
You're listening to Cardinals Baseball on StretchInternet.com and the Royal Examiner, affiliates of the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokinawa Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches. So we are still in a pause here from the second straight balk call from Chase Stanhope. Clint Marsh still out there, and not the home plate umpire, but one of the base umpires is in fact out there with Stanhope, as he is most likely asking what did he do to in fact get 2 straight balk calls. And the balk, by the way, stands. So that's 2 balks now on Chase Stanhope, the third for the Cardinals this evening. Because Schultz had one earlier, and now Stanhope with not only one just a second ago, but now another one.
I just looked at the replay, and I don't know what was called for the balk, as it just looked like Chase Stanhope was just kind of standing there waiting to get set and taking his sign from the catcher, Noah Carter, as that one's fouled off, so 1 and 2 here. Strikeout would be huge with a runner on third and nobody out. As Stanhope deals in, that's exactly what he gets with a swing and a miss from Garrett Spikes. He's down on strikes for the second time tonight, and Stanhope gets strikeout number 1 on the evening so far. But either way, I understood the first balk call, as it looked like Stanhope just kind of rushed his delivery and didn't come set for, I guess, long enough for the ump to think it was he paused and came set. But the second one, I have no clue, so the Tom Sox almost got gifted their runner on third.
1-0 is the count now for the batter Martin, who comes up 0 for 2 on the evening, 15 for 37. Make it a 4.05 batting average. 1-1 comes in. He will cut and miss on that one, strike 2. And you can certainly hear the crowd getting into this one now, as I think there might be a little bit of emotion tied behind all those cheers. 1 out, down, 1-2 count. Here it comes. That one's lifted into right center. Looks to be playable by JoJo Jackson. He will make that catch. Out number 2 is recorded.
Get him.
And they will not get the runner in time. So the Tom Sox retake the lead at 4-3. It was, in fact, a very close play. And if you want to say that play could have been made, think JoJo Jackson is what? 250, 275 feet from home plate, and he made that throw to the plate by himself. That was a great play regardless. Now, of course, the run scores, which is unfortunate for the Cardinals, but just the fact that JoJo Jackson has the arm to get that ball from his position where he was, let's say 275 feet out there, to home plate, that is amazing.
Yeah, not only that, it was on target too. I mean, he got unlucky that it hit somewhere in the grass in front of home plate and bounced up instead of straight. If that ball bounced straight, I think we'd be looking at potentially that third out at the plate, as it would have been very, very close had it bounced in the right spot. But Stanhope gets the next batter 0-2, and Chisholm makes a nice play, throws on to first, and that's in time to get the out. So out number 3 is recorded. 1 run will score for the Tom Sox as they go into the bottom of the 6th, up 4-3 in this 7-inning affair. We see you guys on the other side. Thanks for listening in on the Stretch Internet Radio Network and on the Front Royal Examiner live YouTube page.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it can.
The Wines Family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take our care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
We welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium for the bottom half of the 6th inning, where the Tom Sox lead 4-3 over the visiting Front Royal Cardinals here in Sunday evening action, which is also doubleheader action here at the Bing. And a reminder, in exactly 1 week from now, we will get set and ready to call up the All-Stars from the North and the South in the Valley Baseball League. And what better way to ring it in than to have it here at Bing Crosby Stadium? You can join us at 2 o'clock for the 60-yard dash, and then the home run derby will come on in at 5, with the All-Star game starting at 7 after Hall of Fame celebrations just before the game. And we will be on the air for the home run derby. We know for a fact it'll be Matthew and myself. And then for the All-Star game, it'll be Craig Orndorff on the call for the Front Royal Cardinals radio network, as things will get set and ready to resume here for the Cardinals on offense.
I could be wrong, but I think there is a new pitcher, as
there is Montiel.
Where is he on the list? Oh, there he is. Taylor Montiel. Or I think it's Montiel.
Montiel, something along those lines.
I think it's Montiel. I think that's what I was told before the game. Taylor Montiel will be coming into the ball game. He's a lefty, 6'2". He's a rising sophomore out of Tulane University, hometown of Brentwood, Tennessee. So Drew Camp faces a 2-2 count from Montiel as Taylor will deal. That one swung on and hit the third base. Looks to be playable for the third baseman and is as Abrams fires across to Wagner for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Also worth mentioning that Montiel comes into this game with a 6.88 ERA. So his ERA is better than that of Chase Stanhope coming into the game with an 8.39, I believe. It's somewhere in that area. Montiel coming in with 17 complete innings under his belt and 14 strikeouts on the season for the Tom Sox. As that brings up JoJo Jackson, who I believe in the last at-bat was in the left-hand batter's box. He's now in the right-hand batter's box. He's a switch hitter for the Cardinals. He's not the only one, but he's one of the few. Brody Popple is another one that switches, but JoJo certainly has been effective regardless of switching or not. As he's 1 for 1 on the evening and did, I believe, in fact, walk earlier. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know he...
Yes, he's 1 for 1 with a walk in his second plate appearance as the 1-1 is dealt and low. But not only was it a walk, it was like a 13 or 14 pitch walk.
That's right.
So he had a very, very nice battle at the plate and ended up winning it with a base on balls. He did not come around to score. He was stranded at first base as it's now 2-2. But JoJo Jackson, I wonder which side he hits naturally from. I think it's his left side as he always looks more comfortable, and he definitely has more power from that side. But I'm not sure as the 2-2 is dealt. That one's popped foul. But it definitely looks like when JoJo swings from the left side compared to the right, he looks more comfortable at the plate as he produces more power from the left side, but is still a very good hitter from the right as the 2-2 is dealt low, now 3-2.
So it'll be a payoff yet again for JoJo Jackson. He had one in his previous at-bat where the 14 pitches came through. He fouled off at least 8 or 9 of them as that will be grounded in the direction of short. It'll be scooped up by the third baseman. The play at first will be in time. So it is an Abrams to Wagner affair as it is out number 2, and JoJo Jackson goes down 1 for 2 on the evening following that. But he does keep a streak of hits, at least through the last 2 games here at Bing Crosby Stadium, with going, of course, 3 for 4 last night, and so far 1 for 2 on the evening. I also believe last night he went 1 for 1 into his second at-bat and then got out. I can't remember if it was a strikeout or he flew out or whatever the ordeal was, but I think he went that, and then he's, as I just stated, ended up 3 for 4 on the evening. So decent at-bat for him last night, and so far decent game for him as in the meantime, Campbell fouls that one out of play. Now 0-2 is the count.
Yeah, and coming into this ballgame, he had a 6-game hitting streak following his first game back. He went hitless after the injury. His last game before the injury was June 18th, came back July 2nd, went hitless, and since then has had a 6-game hitting streak, extending it to 7 as Campbell strikes out here. So the Cardinals go scoreless here in the bottom of the 6th, down 4-3 going into the top and last inning, the top of the 7th here in the game 1 of this doubleheader. So the Cardinals looking to come back and hold them scoreless here in the top of the 7th. Thanks for listening on the Front Row Examiner live YouTube page and the Stretch Internet Radio Network, home of the Front Row Cardinals all season long.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokenauer Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Row Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
I'm J.B. Howler, President and CEO of U.S. Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us. because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com.
So the Tom Sox looking to add more to their already lead now. They started out down 1-0 and then came up 3-1. Cardinals then tacked on 2 in the bottom half of the 5th. The Tom Sox then tacked on 1 more in the 6th to now make it a 4-3 ball game. That's where we stand as we enter the the final frame of this game number 1. It is Cole Wagner coming up, 2-1 count for him, as it will be a 3-1 now from Stanhope. Stanhope's got 2 complete innings under his belt with number 27 coming on that one.
Pop into left.
As that one goes into left, playable 2 daggers. He makes the catch and retires the side. So retires that batter, rather. That's the correct wording. Jeez, I'm thinking too far ahead here. 1 out is down in this top half of the 7th. Wagner goes down, bringing up Trey Younger. Or my apologies, Matthew Previsk, then Trey Younger. Thank you, Point String, for updating as I scrolled, making me look like an idiot. Well, I don't have to do much to do that. I do that myself. Previsk faces ball 1 on the first one. 1-0 to start things off here, as Previsk is 0 for 3 on the evening. And the 1-0 comes in, misses. Ball 2 is the call.
Yeah, you said he retired the side with the fly ball to left. I was like, that was the first out. That was 100% the first out, as the 2-0 is upstairs, 3-0 now. But Stanhope has a 3.86 ERA so far in this game. I believe that should be lowered because they did rule that Riley Frost ball a hit rather than an error. So that's why that was counted as an earned run rather than an unearned run, as Stanhope delivers one right down the middle. Now 3-1 here to Previsk, as Stanhope walks him on the 5th pitch of the at-bat, bringing up Trey Younger to the plate. He is 0 for 2 with a pop out to second and a fly ball to center field.
Number 17, Trey Younger.
So Previsk staying 0 for 3, but getting on base for the first time in this game number 1, in the final frame of offense for them in the game. Trey Younger coming up for plate appearance number 4. The first pitch to him in the meantime goes down the strike zone. Strike number 1.
Yeah, and Stanhope has looked good. He's, I think, struggled a little bit in his previous outings here at Bing Crosby Stadium, but has looked good here in this game, giving up only the 1 run, which I believe should have been unearned, and is now entering and trying to complete inning number 3 of work here in this first game of the doubleheader.
Here comes the 1-1, and it's cut on and missed strike 2 by Younger.
That was a bad swing. That was a really, really bad swing. The ball was well outside and it was a ball the whole time. It didn't really look like that was a slider. It looked like a fastball or changeup that Stanhope just kind of held on to too long and pulled it into the left-hand batter's box, but got a swing and a miss. And that one swung on and missed as well. So strike out number 2 for Chase Stanhope, as 2 outs here in the top of the 7th.
Make it number 17 on the season, as Gavin Abrams comes up 2 for 3 on the evening so far. Make it 15 for 66, counting those 2 hits out of the 3 at-bats. Sitting at a 227. In the meantime, he faces ball 1 on the first one. 1-0 is the count. 2 outs down, top of the 7th. Tom Sox lead 4-3 in this game 1 of the doubleheader. Here comes the 1-0 that is cut and fouled, it appears, but will be called for strike 1. Count evens at a down count 1-1 for Gavin Abrams.
Tom Sox have a runner on first. If I can look at the right lineup, I can tell you who that is. It is Matthew Previs.
Oh.
I was going to say, wait a minute. We got a net and a grandstand ceiling. What are you talking about? Heads up.
Ball bounced off of the netting here, I believe, and came back and hit the batter, Gavin Abrams, in the elbow area. I mean, he played it like he got injured, but he's fine. As the 1-2 is dealt, that one swung on and hit into left field. Looks to be playable for Daggers as he does make the play, and out number 3 is recorded. So Stanhope finishes with 3 innings and only giving up the 1 run. As we go into the bottom of the 7th inning, Tom Sox looking to hold off the Cardinals in the last frame as it's a 4-3 ball game going into the bottom of the 7th. Thanks for those of you guys listening on Stretch Internet Radio Network and those of you guys listening and watching live on the Front Row Examiner.
TLC Settlements is a proud sponsor of the 2022 Cardinals. When buying, selling, or refinancing your investment, TLC Settlements, LLC believes that every transaction is important, no matter how big or how small. The trustworthy team of Tracy, Lucy, and Christy bring 55-plus years experience in the industry. We are dedicated to and take pride in the service that we give to each and every customer. Although we do many closings each month, every closing is very important to us. Our service speaks for itself at TLC Settlements.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it does.
So the previous pitcher for the Tom Sox, Chase Roberts, has been retired. And in his place, or my apologies, Taylor Montiel, who followed Chase Roberts, there we go, got my story straight, has been replaced, I believe now, by Chandler Marsh, I think is what was announced here by Harold Chun here at Bing Crosby Stadium. Nope, it is not. It is actually Tyler McLaughlin, so I was one off, but I knew it was in that area somewhere. And as we stated in the pregame show, Tyler McLaughlin is a pitching leader for several categories, actually. He's got one of the highest, one of the lowest ERAs, one of the highest strikeout numbers for the Tom Sox, with 14 strikeouts, tying for third best for the team, and sitting in fourth place, or in the fourth best rather, for ERAs for the Tom Sox is Daggers. Cuts and misses on that one for strike one. Count as nothing. And want to start things off here for Sam Daggers in this plate appearance, as this could be one of the last in the game for him.
So far for the Cardinals, they've only pitched Michael Schultz and Chase Stanhope. Stanhope will get the loss if the Cardinals are not able to tie up this ball game or take the lead here in the bottom of the 7th. And for the Charlottesville Tom Sox, the win will go to Emmett Bice as Dagger swings through that one, and it's now out number 1 here in the last frame as Noah Carter comes up to the dish.
Noah Carter coming up 0 for 2, make it 10 for 43 on the season here. That's a .233 batting average, with 1 out on the board in this bottom half of the 7th. There we go. Going to say second again. Don't know why I was going to do that. 1-0 is the count now following the missed pitch from McLaughlin. Nobody on base for the Cardinals. Here comes the 1-0. That one goes down the strike zone. Strike one. Count evens at a down count now for Carter. 1-1.
This is the 4th pitcher that the Charlottesville Tom Sox have used, as that one swung on and missed well above the zone. So instead of 2-1, it's now 1-2 because Carter chased a high fastball, but This is the fourth batter used, and the last three have only gone one inning. If McLaughlin can finish this one out, as Carter swings through that one, 2 straight strikeouts, and Brennan Chisholm coming to the plate. Chisholm so far is 0 for 1 with a ground ball to shortstop rather, and came around to score after walking in his second at bat in the bottom of the 5th.
Chisholm coming up with a 105 batting average, 0 for 1 on the evening, but he has walked. So in his third plate appearance, looking to make sparks fly here with an 0-1 to start. 2 outs down, bottom of the 7th. Here comes the pitch. That one misses, ball 1. Count now evens at a down count, 1-1 for Brennan Chisholm. Cardinals looking to get a spark here. They trail 4-3 in the bottom half of the 7th in this game 1 of the doubleheader. This is the last frame of offense in the regular portion of the game. If the Cardinals can score one more, we will most likely go to extras, which in a doubleheader, you don't necessarily want to do that. So the Cardinals looking to tack on 2 here as Chisholm lines that one out. Looks to be playable by the shortstop, Edwards. He will make the catch. That does it for game number 1. The Charlottesville Tom Sox take it 4-3. We'll just go ahead and take a sideline until the game starts. We'll hold all of our post-game stuff until the end. We'll do a little check-in with the lineups, but other than that, that'll be it for game number 1. Again, our post-game coverage for this game will be tied in with the post-game coverage of game number 2, just to keep it all condensed so we don't have to take much time going over that, then having to worry about having the lineups come in and then fill that in and then all that extra stuff. So we're just going to hold all the post-game coverage until the end. But speaking of the end, this is the end of game number 1, a 4-3 loss for the Cardinals here to the Tom Sox. We're going to bounce back in the second one as they now sit on a 2-game losing streak going into it. Tom Sox picking up their 6th win in the last 10. They will go 7-3. And the Cardinals go down 13-20 with that one. Going now 4-6 out of the last 10. Looking to pick it up back to 5-5, make it a 14-20 record in the last game of the doubleheader. There we go. I guess that works. In the meantime, we'll take a sideline here for just a couple of moments on the Front Royal Cardinals radio network.
Okay. Right before we go to the break, we will say that the next game is supposed to start at around 7:10 due to the fact that this one ended at 6:40. It's supposed to be 30 minutes after that. And that is what Clint Marsh told the booth up here, is that the game should start around 7:10. So we'll see you guys at around probably 6:55 with lineups or 7 o'clock with lineups, somewhere around there.
Anyway, we will take a brief sideline here on the Front Royal Cardinals radio network, and we'll return to you in roughly 15 minutes or so with the lineups for game number 2. That is, if we have all of them. Front Royal Cardinals radio network is a presentation of StretchInternet.com and the Royal Examiner, the flagship affiliates of the Front Royal Cardinals radio network for the 2022 campaign. Back with you in a couple of moments for the lineups of game number 2.
Overlooking the scenic Shenandoah River in a lovely sylvan setting, our campus is spacious, yet inviting, rich in culture, beauty, and history. It is a setting well-suited for our time-tested Catholic liberal arts curriculum, the same education that has inspired and produced the greatest men and women of Christendom over the past 2,000 years. Inside and outside the classroom, you will experience an integrated life. Here, you will strengthen your intellect in such a powerful way that you will have the ability to master any subject, no matter how complex the vocational calling. You will thrive in a supportive and Christ-centered culture dedicated to helping you realize your potential. Our education is not an education for the faint of heart, but for those willing to accept the bold and challenging call from God to become the great men and women that He wants them to be. Dare to join us. Dare to be great.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokenauer Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns and Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
What makes a place great? Is it an incredible landscape, unique in the world, carved over the eons into rolling mountains and gentle valleys? Is it the rivers that sing and shout and flow into breathtaking chasms? Is it the trails that lead over hills and to the edges of beautiful views? Is it the natural places and things, big and small, and the outdoor places that people have enjoyed for generations? Or is it the people themselves? The people who've turned this land into an inviting refuge for art and culture and festivals and celebrations of all the things that make life great. The people who make food grown fresh and served with creativity and care, who make wine and beer and donuts from scratch. People who have shown travelers from all over the world all of the things there are to do and see and experience. What if greatness wasn't one of these things, or even a few of these things, but all of them together?
This message is brought to you by Warren County Government.
Just a reminder, we are checking on to the Front Royal Cardinals radio network. We will get started with game number 2 at approximately 7:10 with the pregame coverage coming to you at around 10 or 15 minutes from now. We return to you in around that time.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokinawa Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
The Wines family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take our care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
Welcome to Hazard Mill Farms, located in the beautiful Appalachian foothills of Virginia. The farm offers lodging, a retreat center, and catering. We also offer a wide range of outdoor activities and recreation. Located on the banks of the Shenandoah River, we invite you to enjoy many river activities, swimming, tubing, and canoeing. We provide many options for your wedding and other events. If you want a peaceful place to relax, spend time with family, simply enjoy the beauty of the surrounding area, or host a killer event, Hazard Mill Farms is the perfect place for you. All of our rental spaces are available for your special event. Visit hazardmillfarm.com to reserve today.
Overlooking the scenic Shenandoah River in a lovely sylvan setting, our campus is spacious, yet inviting, rich in culture, beauty, and history. It is a setting well suited for our time-tested Catholic liberal arts curriculum, the same education that has inspired and produced the greatest men and women of Christendom over the past 2,000 years. Inside and outside the classroom, you will experience an integrated life. Here, you will strengthen your intellect in such a powerful way that you will have the ability to master any subject, no matter how complex the vocational calling. You will thrive in a supportive and Christ-centered culture dedicated to helping you realize your potential. Our education is not an education for the faint of heart, but for those willing to accept the bold and challenging call from God to become the great men and women that He wants them to be. Dare to join us. Dare to be great.
Woods Cove Assisted Living has been working with families for over 15 years to offer quality care to patients who need additional support. We concentrate on working with our residents in need of this kind of support and delivering health care and other essential services in the solace of their new home. Our demonstrated track record of providing improved quality of life for our residents is evident in the satisfaction our families feel and the contentment our residents experience daily. We focus on quality health care that is family-centered and involve you, their family, in their health care plan. We understand that the services we provide should reflect the care a family member would afford our residents. Contact us at 540-636-6611 or visit us at 201 West Kaiser Road in Front Royal. At Woods Cove, your family is our family.
I'm J.D. Howler, President and CEO of U.S. Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster, and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com.
The Knights of Columbus. Catholic men building a ridge back to faith. There's much work to be done in this world. Good work, necessary work. And that's what the Knights do every day. Assisting the sick and disabled. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Whether they are next door or halfway around the world, this is the journey we are on. Our path. We do it to be better husbands, fathers, sons, neighbors, and Catholics. We invest our time, our effort, and our resources into our values: charity, unity, fraternity, patriotism. We come from many places and backgrounds and stages in our lives, but we are all of one faith. It's one thing to say who you are, it's another to live. Put your values into action. That's what we do at the Knights of Columbus. That's who we are.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium as game number 2 is underway here. As you may be able to see on the Royal Examiner, the coaches have left from their meeting. We will get to the lineups in just a moment with the Tom Sox starting out now. In the leadoff spot, Christian Martin, the right fielder. Lefty batter, righty thrower, 5'9", 170-pound sophomore out of Virginia Tech. In the 2 spot, the catcher, number 19, Satchel Norman. Righty, 5'11", 200-pound sophomore out of Florida Southwestern State College. In the 3 spot, the first baseman, number 20, Cole Wagner. Lefty, 6 foot, 205-pound sophomore out of the University of Georgia. In the 4 spot, the left fielder, number 29, Matthew Preveski. Lefty, 6'2", 205-pound sophomore out of the University of Florida. In the 5 spot, number 17, Trey Younger. Righty, 5'9", 180-pound senior out of Wofford College. 6th in the lineup, the third baseman, number 5, Gavin Abrams. Lefty batter, righty thrower. 6 foot, 180-pound sophomore out of Clemson. 7th in the lineup, the DH, number 32, Logan Amos. Lefty batter, righty thrower, 6 foot, 205-pound senior out of VCU. In the 8th spot, second baseman, number 1, Brody Moss. Lefty batter, righty thrower, 6 foot, 180-pound sophomore out of Auburn, hometown Helena, Alabama. And in the 9th spot, the shortstop, number 13, Kyle Edwards. Righty, 5'10", 180-pound sophomore out of ODU. Pitcher to start things off for game number 2 for the Tom Sox is number 14, Luke Wagner. Lefty thrower. He's a righty batter, if that is needed to be said. 5'11", 180-pound junior out of the University of Georgia. And for the Front Royal Cardinals, leading off is left fielder number 17, Dallas Height. Righty, 6'2", 205-pound senior out of Penn State Harrisburg. In the 2 spot, the shortstop, number 2, Trent Jeffcoat. Lefty batter, righty thrower. 6 foot, 175-pound senior out of the University of West Florida. In the 3 spot, first baseman, number 5, Drew Camp. Righty, 6'2", 190-pound senior out of Longwood University. In the cleanup spot, the right fielder, number 25, Joe Jackson. Switch hitting lefty thrower, 6'3", 225-pound sophomore out of Georgia State University. In the 5 spot, the second baseman, number 10, Christian Campbell. Righty, 6 foot, 155-pound sophomore out of South Georgia College. In the 6th spot, the designated hitter, number 32, Sam Daggers. Righty, 6'1", 205-pound senior out of Shepherd College. In the 7th spot,
The third baseman, number 19, Brennan Chisholm, righty, 5'10", 170 pounds, senior out of Kansas College. In the 8th spot, the center fielder, number 3, J.R. Lennon, righty, 5'8", 160 pounds, senior out of South Georgia College. And in the 9th spot, the catcher, number 12, Brody Popple, switch-hitting righty thrower, 5'11", 188 pounds, sophomore out of Florida A&M. Pitching to start things off for the Cardinals is number 8, Jack Casa. Throwing right, 6 foot, 195 pounds, senior out of Alvernia University. As we take a sideline here on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network, we return to you with the start of the game coming in just a couple of moments.
Overlooking the scenic Shenandoah River in a lovely sylvan setting, our campus is spacious, yet inviting, rich in culture, beauty, and history. It is a setting well-suited for our time-tested Catholic liberal arts curriculum, the same education that has inspired and produced the greatest men and women of Christendom over the past 2,000 years. Inside and outside the classroom, you will experience an integrated life. Here, you will strengthen your intellect in such a powerful way that you will have the ability to master any subject, no matter how complex the vocational calling. You will thrive in a supportive and Christ-centered culture dedicated to helping you realize your potential. Our education is not an education for the faint of heart, but for those willing to accept the bold and challenging call from God to become the great men and women that He wants them to be. Dare to join us. Dare to be great.
I'm J.B. Howler, President and CEO of U.S. Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster, and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it does.
Green 2 Ground Electrical is a proud sponsor of the Front Royal Cardinals. Green to Ground is a Class A electrical contractor serving the Shenandoah Valley in Northern Virginia region. Building relationships since 2019 by being reliable, dependable, and trustworthy. Offering both residential and commercial services, no job is too big for our team to handle. We are a licensed and insured company, serving customers peace of mind, one circuit at a time.
This day is gonna be the greatest memory, making history. Let's go. You don't need no luck with that golden touch. Time to light it up. Let's go. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it.
And that's cracked into left, rather. Will drop for a base hit. He will round to second off of that. Make it to third. Jeff puts on the Jets. That is popped into left field. Bring him home. Dylan Swarmer followed by Drew Camp. And it is a tie ball game thanks to Dallas. Hey, that's popped to Riley Frost at short to play at first. Will be bounced, but in time. What a play from 6 to 3. Popped into center. Looks to be playable. Connor Frost coming home. The Cardinals win it. Riley Frost with the walk-off for Connor.
Ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it.
Indeed, this is it. Going into Game 2 against the Charlottesville Tom Sox and the Front Royal Cardinals here. After what was a 4-3 loss for the Cardinals in a back-and-forth affair where the Cardinals started out with the lead. They then dropped it 3-1, and then came back and tied 3-3, and then ended up giving it up. I believe it was the 8th or 7th or 8th, somewhere in that frame. Oh, sorry. 6th and 7th, sorry. Still sitting on a 9-minute game for some reason. On the 6th and 7th frame, or probably was the 6th, most likely, as the Tom Sox broke away with it and inevitably for them won the game. In the meantime, Jack Costa's warm-ups have come to a completion here as the Tom Sox will call up Christian Martin, the right fielder, to lead things off in this game number 2.
Number 8, Christian Martin.
So Casa sets on the mound. Martin steps into the left-handed batter's box. Casa sets on the mound and will deal the opening pitch of game number 2, and it misses outside, ball 1. Count is 1-0 to start things off here for Martin in this game number 2.
That one's over first strike, and in game number 1 of this doubleheader, Christian Martin went 0 for 3 with a sac fly to right, or 0 for 2 rather, with a sac fly to right and a walk. He did not score after getting on base via the walk, but it's up 2-1 here to Jack Casa as Casa deals, and that one is over for a strike now, 2-2, as I'm going to look up Casa's stats in his last few outings coming into this game, as that one is delivered, and that one's outside now Phil's 3-2 here, as in his last 2 outings, Casa has given up a total of 8 runs in 10 innings of work, one of which he allowed 7 runs, as that one's outside, ball 4. He allowed 7 runs to the River Bandits, and that was in 5 innings, and in his pitching appearance before that, he gave up 1 run in 5 innings. So, tale of 2 stories as the Cardinals went on and won both of those games. So, Casa hoping to put up a good start and give the Cardinals a chance to split this doubleheader.
Here comes the opening pitch to the new batter for the Tom Sox, Norman. It is an 0-1 on the next one. I'd like to update you on Harrisonburg versus Woodstock. Harrisonburg taking the lead 7-5 by the top team in the north versus the number 2 in the south. That is in the top of the 6th, 7-5 ball game. Also, 2-1 ball game in Waynesboro. Waynesboro falling to Winchester so far. That is in the bottom of the 6th as the 0-1 comes to Norman. The playback at second is not in time. Also, Purcellville beating Stanton in game 1 of the doubleheader, 7-4 over the Stanton Braves. Purcellville had 6 hits and 3 errors off 7 runs on the game. Stanton with 7 hits, 2 errors with 4 runs. As the 1-1 comes in from Casa, that misses ball 2. So the count goes up now, 2 balls and a strike for Satchel Norman in play appearance number 1 of this game number 2. 24 for 71 coming into the game. That's a .338 batting average, 2 home runs, and 15 RBIs in the process. As Casa looks back at second, will deal the 2-1. That one goes upstairs, ball 3. Count is now 3-1 for Norman here. In plate appearance number 1, looking for hit number 25 on this season.
Yeah, and with the Winchester win and the Front Royal Cardinals loss, the Cardinals now drop to 5th place in the division, a half game back. So we'll see what happens here as this one's hitting the left field. That one's going back. Dallas Height at the wall, and he makes the play. The throw on to second is not in time, so the runner will get back to second base safely as Dallas Height hit the wall as he made the play. So one out here as Satchel Norton put a charge into that one, but looking to extend his on-base streak to 19 straight games is going to be Cole Wagner.
Wagner coming up 24 for 66. That is a .363 batting average, 2 home runs, and 19 RBIs in the process. As Casa sets, looks back at second, nobody home to make the play, will deal the pitch. That one goes downstairs, ball 1. Count starts 1-0 here for Cole Wagner in plate appearance number 1 of this game number 2. Casa sets, looks back at second, again, nobody home to make the play for the Cardinals. Here comes the 1-0. That one misses, ball 2. On the bottom right corner, on the pitcher's view, 2-0 is the count. 1 out down, top of the first in game number 2. Koss looks back and deals the 2-0. That one misses in the opposing batter's box, ball 3. Wagner is a lefty. 3-0 is the count now for Cole Wagner, the third batter in the Tom Sox lineup for this game number 2. Casa sets and deals the 3-0. That one misses, ball 4. So the first 90-foot walk of fame will be given up by Jack Casa. Or my apologies, second rather. Wagner's first of the game.
Now batting from the University.
That brings up the cleanup batter, Matthew Prevesk. Left fielder, lefty, 6'2", 205-pound sophomore out of the University of Florida. The first pitch is fouled off on the left side. 0-1 is the count for Prevesk in his first plate appearance of this game, 2. Comes into the game 13 for 43. That is a .302 average. 1 home run, 7 RBIs in the process of his 13 hits. Koss looks back at second, deals the 0-1. That one is fouled again on the third base side. 0-2 is the count with 1 out down.
This at-bat going differently than the last one as Cole Wagner, congrats to him on his 19th straight game, reaching first base safely on some sort of walk or hit. But Casa walked him on 4 straight, but to the next batter, Matthew Prevesk, he has thrown 2 straight strikes, hoping to get a double play ball or strikeout right here and either keep the runners where they are or end the inning as Casa looks back to second and deals. That swung on and missed. Strikeout number 1 on the evening for Jack Casa as 2 outs here in the top of the first, rather, and the Tom Sox looking to strike early.
Make it number 16 on the season for Jack Casa, sitting at a .500 ERA, 27 complete under his belt. As he picks up number 16, 2/3 of an inning in. As that brings up Trey Younger. As Koss looks back and deals the opening pitch of the at-bat. That one goes through the strike zone. Strike 1 is the call. So 0-1 to start things off here for Younger in plate appearance number 1 of this evening's game number 2. He sits 12 for 53 on the season with a .226, a home run and 12 RBIs in the process. 0-1 coming from Casa. That one misses, ball 1. The count now evens this time down at a 1-1 with 2 down here in this top half of the first.
Casa looks back to second and deals the 1-1. That one is on the outside corner for a strike. Now 1-2. He's 1 strike away from getting out of this one.
One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs down. In this top half of the first. Casa sets on the mound, takes a glance back at second, will deal the 1-2. That one will miss upstairs in the batter's box of the batter Younger. He has to move out of the way in order to avoid getting hit by it. So it's a 2-2 count on the next one with 2 outs down in this top half of the first. Runners on first and second for the Tom Sox here. Casa sets and deals the 2-2. That one is popped into left center. Looks to be playable by J.R. Lunnan. He will make the catch and retire the side. J.R. Lunnan making the clip and retiring the side as we go into the bottom half of the first. It is a scoreless frame so far for the Tom Sox. Cardinals looking to strike first here in this game number 2. We return to you in the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network right after these messages.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokinawa Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishut Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Row Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
Green 2 Ground Electrical is a proud sponsor of the Front Royal Cardinals. Green to Ground is a Class A electrical contractor serving the Shenandoah Valley in Northern Virginia region. Building relationships since 2019 by being reliable, dependable, and trustworthy. Offering both residential and commercial services, no job is too big for our team to handle. We are a licensed and insured company, serving customers peace of mind, one circuit at a time.
We welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium with a scoreless game going into the bottom half of the first in this second game of the doubleheader. As the warm-ups finish from the new Tom Sox pitcher for the game number 2, Luke Wagner, as Dallas Height will come up to lead things off. Height playing left field for game number 2. He played center in the first. Out in the outfield is from left to right, Dallas Height, J.R. Lunnan, and JoJo Jackson.
And for that last inning, J.R. Lunnan made a nice running play in the left center field to end the inning. That was a nice hit by Younger. He lined out to center field as Height swings through that one, now 1-1. But a very nice play by J.R. Lunnan to cover ground and make the play. As I've stated before in previous games in which Lunnan has played, he has very, very good speed and reads the ball well in the outfield, allowing him to cover basically left center to right center when playing center field. So Height will look at the 2-1. That one's going to be outside for a ball. Now 3-1 on 2 borderline pitches.
No outs yet as Dallas Height is the leadoff batter for the Cardinals here. 3-1 count. As the pitch comes from Wagner, it is missed for ball 4. Dallas Height take that 90-foot walk of fame. That brings up Trent Jeffcoat to the plate, playing shortstop again in this game number 2. So with no outs on the board yet in this bottom half of the first frame of play on offense for the Cardinals. Looking good so far as Jeffcoat looks at strike 1 to start things off here in this game number 2. Here comes the 0-1 from Wagner. Jeffcoat fouls that one off on the third baseline. 0-2 is the count.
I believe Jeffcoat broke his bat there as that one was off the end of the bat. Kind of sounded like he broke it, and I think he's now going for a new one here as he trades off with JoJo Jackson.
Jeffcoat coming back to the plate after a little snap of the bat.
So, again, Dallas Height standing on first after the leadoff walk. Good speed on first, and he's very aggressive as coming into this doubleheader, I believe he has around 20-ish stolen bases and has only been thrown out like five-ish times. So he's a very aggressive and successful base runner for the Front Royal Cardinals as Jeffcoat looks at, was that called a strike or a ball?
I think it was a ball, I think.
Ball, okay. I was like, I can't remember if it was 0-2 and then it just went 1-2 or 1-1 as Trent Jeffcoat swings through that one. The throw on the second is in time, so strike him out, throw him out, double play here as the Tom Sox now have 2 outs very, very quickly. So Drew Camp coming to the plate with nobody on and 2 outs.
Certainly went from a good situation for the Cardinals down to nothing as Drew Camp comes up looking for his first bit of action in this game and most likely first bit of action throughout the entire evening. I don't think he had much of anything go for him in the last game either. So really looking for something to go here for him as he's been on a cold spark since this game started as that throw back behind, or rather goes back behind to be more grammatically correct, by Norman. So 1-0 is the count coming to Camp on the next one.
And just to go back to that strike him out, throw him out, it looked like Trent Jeffcoat, I guess it was called a hit and run or saw that Height got a bad lead or a bad jump of some sort and then took a defensive swing on a ball well out of the zone. I mean, it looked like he wasn't going to swing except for the fact that he thought that Height was going to be thrown out, and you do that just to try and distract the catcher, and hopefully he doesn't make a good throw, but he did, and then Height was thrown out at second as the 2-0 is missed for a ball, now 3-0, as it's been very, very tight in this first inning on the outside corner against the righties and inside corner against the lefties for the strike zone.
Undoubtedly, Dallas Height would be standing at third if he hadn't been thrown out at second off of the throw that went behind the catcher Norman as he finds a 3-1 count to Camp now. Here comes the pitch. That one is lined foul on the first base side. So count fills at 3 balls and 2 strikes here. For the third batter in the lineup, first baseman Drew Camp. It fills with 2 outs down in this bottom half of the first. No score yet from either team. Wagner staring down the batter. Will set up and deal the payoff as it'll be a cut and miss, strike 3. So what the Cardinals did in the last game, they have done again so far on offense, sending 3 up and taking 3 back. Not the same way, though, but it's unfortunately the same set of circumstances. As following Camp will be JoJo Jackson, Christian Campbell, and Sam Daggers in the bottom half of the second. In the meantime, speaking of the second, we'll go to the top half of the second right after these messages.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokinawa Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weisher Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
The Wines Family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take our care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium to a scoreless ball game in the bottom half of the first going into the top half of the second. Cardinals had the chance to bring Dallas Height at least to third, but unfortunately he got thrown out when he was stealing to second, and he was just about close, but not quite enough, as the Tom Sox, in the meantime, will return to work with Gavin Abrams leading things off in the sixth spot, playing third base. He faces a 1-1 on the next one following the two previous pitches, as Casa will set on the mound and deal it. That is a huge cut and miss for strike two. And that swing had a lot of power behind it, as he really wanted to get that one far, but just missed the ball on that one. As that one is a bouncing ball towards short. Jeffcoat feels it, makes the play at first in time for out number one of the frame. Abrams goes down 0-for-1, as that brings up Logan Amos, to the plate.
From VCU, that designated hitter, number 32, Logan Amos.
This is the first appearance Logan Amos has made at Bing Crosby Stadium in this 2022 slate. As the first pitch to him from Casa will, in fact, be a strike. 0-1 to start things off here for Amos, and plate appearance number one of not only the game, but of the evening.
Yeah, and probably the first time that most of these Tom Sox have played here at Bing Crosby Stadium, considering the last time they played here was 3 years ago, and I doubt there's any college players that have been in the Valley Baseball League for 3 years, or would this be the fourth season or third season since? Because I don't know if 2020 happened, but then 2021 and now 2022, so 3 straight seasons of playing here in the Valley League would be quite a lot. So I'm sure this is the first time most of these guys have been here, as that one is looked at inside by Amos, now 2-2.
And I can say for certain, when you mentioned 2020, it upset me, because it was it was really just sad. I wasn't around for 2020 in the Valley League, but I can certainly say that just what they did was just sad, because they just had a bunch of replays of games from the previous season, like some of the best games of the season nonetheless, but just the fact that you can't watch like actual baseball happening right now is just upsetting to know. And in the meantime, Amos faces a payoff as it comes from Casa, and it will be marked as ball 4. So Amos will get on via a 90-foot walk of fame. And that brings up the 8th batter in the lineup, Brody Moss, the second baseman, for his first appearance of the evening as well.
Number 1, Brody Moss.
Moss coming into this evening's game is 6 for 27. That is a .222 batting average. No home runs, 4 RBIs in the process. Here comes the opening pitch of the at-bat. That one misses, ball 1. So the count starts up for Moss, 1-0 to start things off here in this opening plate appearance of the game.
Yeah, and just going back to that 2020 year, baseball is really the sport that took the biggest hit in terms of college and high school. As the 2019-2020 season, they were cut short because of COVID starting right as their season was ramping up. And all of the other sports, basketball, football, and all of the other big sports were already finished their season to that point where, as in 2020, I think football and basketball might have still happened depending on what where you're from, what high school you're going to, and what college you went to and stuff like that. You might not have had fans, but you might have been able to play your sport. So Casa deals the 3-0 now, and that one's over for a strike.
And I certainly remember all the uncertainty that was happening around that time. It was, first 2 weeks of March or something like that. It was along those lines.
March 8th-ish, March 8th to 10th, somewhere in there.
Something like that. And it's just so surreal to think that, in the meantime, as Moss walks, making it the second straight walk that Casa has given up. But certainly I remember just the uncertainty, being like, oh, yeah, we're out of school for 2 weeks. Woohoo. And then
2 weeks after that. And then 2 weeks after that. And then it just didn't happen again.
We heard 1 week later it was, nope, school shutting down. Have fun.
My school system did it where it was like 2 weeks off and then another 2 weeks off. And then we'll see what happens in another 2 weeks. And then they officially ended it because we end in towards the later part of June. So they were just kind of keep pushing it back, hoping that something would eventually open up, and then it just didn't. So
certainly uncertain times then, as now it is a pitching visit for Clint Marsh, his first one of the doubleheader. Well, game 2 of the doubleheader. Let me add that in to make that sound a little bit better. In the meantime, we'll look at some more scores. 7-5 is the final between Harrisonburg and Woodstock. 3-3 in the top of the 7th between Waynesboro and Winchester. So the Cardinals really need Winchester to lose that one to get back into the playoff spot that they held coming into the evening. 7-4 again was the final between Purcellville and Stanton. Purcellville defeating Stanton. Game number 2 is live now. No score yet from that as the field goes from third to second to first. It is a double play. What a play by the Cardinal defense to get that play to go. It is, in fact, a beautiful double play to retire the side. We take a break here on the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network, and we return to you from the bottom half of the second inning.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokinawa Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it does.
We welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium for the bottom half of the second inning, as it is still a scoreless game going into it. The Cardinals will call up Joe Jackson to lead things off, followed by Christian Campbell and Sam Daggers to round out the 3 due up in this bottom half of the second inning. As we went to the break, again, a reminder, Harrisonburg and Woodstock, 7-5 is the final score. Harrisonburg defeating Woodstock. Game number 2 coming up roughly, it says 7:30, but it's 7:45 now, so that game is not starting at that time. Again, 3-3 score between Waynesboro and Winchester. Again, Cardinals need Winchester to fall to get back into the playoff spot that they held earlier on in the evening. And as I reported earlier, Cannons versus the Braves. Cannons defeated the Braves 7-4 in game number 1. They are leading over the Braves in game number 2, going to the bottom half of the first, 1-0. As we come back to Front Royal and Charlottesville, Joe Jackson steps into the batter's box and faces ball 1 on the first one. Wagner sets and will deal the 1-0. That one will go down as a strike. Nothing, my apologies, 1-1 now in an even down count. Jackson, the leadoff batter with no outs underneath him for obvious reasons, comes into the game 24 for 57.
Well, that's
1-1 is popped into left. That ball is high and far, and it gets to the wall. A great read by Previsk out in left field. And unfortunately for JoJo Jackson, he can't get it to convert into a hit this time. And go ahead, you're good.
I was going to say that's a tough read for Previs because he's playing in a stadium that he hasn't played at before. And you just don't know how close you get to the wall sometimes when you're going back. You you're about to get to the wall, but you don't want to take your eye off the ball in a case like that, because that was I would say a higher line drive rather than a fly ball, as that ball just kept carrying. And if he takes his eye off of it for 1 second, he easily could have dropped it. But I think he was also worried about hitting the wall. But I think he ended up on the warning track. So JoJo Jackson hit that one well, but couldn't get it to fall as Campbell looks at a 1-1.
Campbell coming into the game 9 for 38. That is a 236 batting average, 4 RBIs in the process. He's got a 1-1 count coming. With 1 out down, Wagner sets, and he'll deal the pitch. That one is a cut and miss for strike 2. So the count is now down for Campbell, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, 1 out down, bottom of the second. No score yet from either team. And here comes the 1-2. That is cracked, bouncing ball to short. The play looks to be in time at first. It is just about in time for out number 2. So Campbell goes down at first, and that brings up Sam Daggers to the plate for the first time in this game, and probably the 5th time in the evening, if you want to count last game as well. So Daggers comes into this game 2 with a 216 batting average. 2 outs on the board, bottom of the second. No score yet from either team as Wagner sets and deals the opening pitch of the at-bat. That one is down the strike zone. Strike 1, 0-1 to start things off here for Sam Daggers in plate appearance number 1 of this evening's game number 2. As Wagner sets and deals the 0-1. That one misses, ball 1.
Yeah, and I was just going to say Kyle Edwards has made some very, very nice plays over at short today. He's on the run, charging the ball. That one, to his right, backhanding it and coming up throwing with Campbell moving down the line. Dagger swings over a slider, now 1-2. So for Kyle Edwards, he's only made 1 error so far on the season. He has 27 putouts and 51 assists. That's a 98.7 fielding percentage. So he's been very, very solid over there at shortstop for the Charlottesville Tom Sox. He's played in 165.2 innings at short and 122 total games.
2-2 count coming to Sam Daggers. 2 outs down. Here comes the pitch. That's cracked, bouncing ball to short again. The play at first looks to beat Daggers, and it does. So out number 3 is recorded in the same style as number 2 was. And that retires the side through 2 completed as a scoreless ball game. A reminder that the Valley Baseball League's All-Star Game will be coming up next Sunday here at the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium. We hope you can join us in-house at 2 o'clock or on the air at 5 o'clock. As we will broadcast the Home Run Derby. Matthew and myself, and then Craig Orndorff will take over the call in between for the Valley Baseball League's All-Star Game. Back with you in just a moment on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network.
Overlooking the scenic Shenandoah River in a lovely sylvan setting, our campus is spacious, yet inviting, rich in culture, beauty, and history. It is a setting well-suited for our time-tested Catholic liberal arts curriculum, the same education that has inspired and produced the greatest men and women of Christendom over the past 2,000 years. Inside and outside the classroom, you will experience an integrated life. Here, you will strengthen your intellect in such a powerful way that you will have the ability to master any subject, no matter how complex the vocational calling. You will thrive in a supportive and Christ-centered culture dedicated to helping you realize your potential. Our education is not an education for the faint of heart, but for those willing to accept the bold and challenging call from God to become the great men or women that He wants them to be. Dare to join us. Dare to be great.
So to lead things off, it'll be Christian Martin, number 8, to face number 8, Jack Casa. Thank you. I knew I was going to do it once, and there it is. It's probably going to happen another time. 1-0 is the count to Martin from Casa. He will deal a 2-0 on that one.
Yeah, I think you were so used to saying Cosa at the beginning, and then when he came up that one time, he said he introduced himself as Jack Casa. So we were like, all right, so we know it's not Cosa, it's Casa. So,
and I really haven't called many games since he's been up here, to be honest, or at least with him playing. So it's been an adjustment, and certainly still getting used to it. But 3-0.
Missed.
My apologies. 3-0 is missed for ball 4. I was going to say 3-0 count, but the pitch already happened.
Not bad. Number 19, Satchel.
As Satchel Norman will come up for the Tom Sox. Catching this evening, he started out in the number 2 spot. He starts the 3rd in the number 2 spot as well. 0 for 1 on the evening as
throw him out, Brody.
Martin will get to second, and the ball will get past the second baseman, Campbell, and Martin will get to 3rd off of that. So runner in scoring position for the Tom Sox. Possibly the first score, especially with no outs yet.
Yeah, and just to go back to Casa, I think he's had 3 or 4 straight starts on the road. I think the last one he had was when we played Covington here. In that doubleheader, he was one of the pitchers, so he doesn't come here much. As this one's driving Dallas Height back to the track, he makes the catch. The throw home is not going to be in time, and a run will score. So the Tom Sox yet again strike first, or not yet again, rather the Cardinals struck first in game number 1, but the Tom Sox strike first here in game number 2, up 1-0 here in the top of the 3rd.
1 out is on the board, top of the 3rd. The Tom Sox now lead 1-0 as Cole Wagner will come up for plate appearance number 2. He walked previously. He was one of 2 straight to be walked. It was Wagner, then Matthew Previsk to both get walked straight for the Tom Sox by Casa as he will set up with the 1-0. That has popped into right center, looks to drop. It will for a base hit. Scooped up by J.R. London. It will be worth a single as Wagner stands up safely. On first, that brings up Matthew Previsk to the plate again. My apologies, it was later down the road. Previsk struck out previously. It was actually Amos and Moss, my apologies, who were back-to-back walks. Previsk, in the meantime, is striking out the first one. Second one looking to get flown out possibly if the play can be made by J.R. London. It is. So out number 2 is recorded off of a Matthew Previsk fly out. He goes down today 0 for 2 in this game number 2. And that brings up Trey Younger, who is 0 for 1 on the evening for game number 2.
Yeah, and his first at bat, I'm sure you remember once I say it, but lined it into left center field, and J.R. London running over to make the play. Very nice play, actually. Definitely saved the run as Jeffcoat gets the ground ball at short. The throw on to second is in time. So out number 3 is recorded in the Tom Sox strike for 1 run here in the top of the 3rd inning. We go into the bottom of the 3rd. Cardinals looking for their first run and hit of the ball game, as they're looking to split this doubleheader here on July 10th. And we will go into a break and see you in the bottom of the 3rd. Thanks for listening on Stretch Internet Radio Network and on the Front Row Examiner.
What makes a place great? Is it an incredible landscape, unique in the world, carved over the eons into rolling mountains and gentle valleys? Is it the rivers that sing and shout and flow into breathtaking chasms? Is it the trails that lead over hills and to the edges of beautiful views? Is it the natural places and things, big and small, and the outdoor places that people have enjoyed for generations? Or is it the people themselves? The people who've turned this land into an inviting refuge for art and culture and festivals and celebrations of all the things that make life great. The people who make food grown fresh and served with creativity and care, who make wine and beer and donuts from scratch. People who have shown travelers from all over the world all of the things there are to do and see and experience. What if greatness wasn't one of these things, or even a few of these things, but all of them together?
This message is brought to you by Warren County Government.
We welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium as Brennan Chisholm is called up to lead things off for the Cardinals here in this bottom half of the third. It is a 1-0 affair in the favor of the Charlottesville Tom Sox as the first pitch to Chisholm is missed for ball one. Following Chisholm due up is J.R. Lunnon and Brody Popple, and that will round the lineup if all three get up and fly out or strike out. But if we get through those three, Dallas Height will be called up after that, and that will be for his second time in the night as Chisholm faces 2-0 on the next one. 4 for 39 as a 102 batting average, 2 RBIs in the process of the 4 hits. Here comes the 2-0. That one is down the strike zone as a strike one. Count is 2 balls and a strike now for Chisholm in plate appearance number 1 on game number 2.
And so far, the Cardinals have gone down 1-2-3 in the first 2 innings. So looking to rewrite that as Chisholm looks at a strike on the outside half.
2 balls and 2 strikes at an even count that goes down for the third baseman this evening, Brennan Chisholm. 1-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. 2-2 comes in. That's popped. And it is, in fact, going into the glove of Wagner. Cole Wagner making that catch just about staying on his feet as well. That, in fact, was a great catch by the first baseman out there.
Tough play. It was kind of a weird ball off the bat. It looked like it was for sure a single into right field, and then it just kind of, I guess, off the end of the bat didn't go far.
That'll bring up J.R. Lunnon, the 8th batter in the Cardinal lineup for this game number 2. First pitch to him is cut on and missed for strike 1. 0-1 to start things off here for Lunnon. And plate appearance number 1 of the game, and as well as you could say the evening. He is 5 for 30 on the season with a 166. 2 RBIs in the process as the 0-1 comes in and will be called a foul back into the glove. Strike 2 is the call. 0-2 now for Lunnon playing center field. The 0-2 coming in and is a strike 3 looking. So Lunnon goes down on strikes, and Matthew,
I don't think he liked that one at all.
As you were saying, the Cardinals have gone through 2 straight frames of 1, 2, 3 innings, and right now this is shaping up to be 1-2 as we bring up Brody Popple for his first plate appearance. And if Brody can get through, then it won't be, but you just got to sit and wonder, like, how can the Cardinals get out of this right now and get back to what they were doing in the first game, as the first one from Brody is fouled off on the first base side.
Yeah, Brody behind the plate tonight. We normally see him behind the plate here at Bing Crosby Stadium. Didn't catch in the first game because they wanted to have him catch one of the 2, which is what you normally do. You don't have someone catch two games in a doubleheader. So Noah Carter caught the first one, and Brody Popple catching this one, as Popple appears to bunt for a hit, pulled it back, and it looks at a strike. So now 0-2 on Popple.
0-2 with 2 outs down for the catcher, Brody Popple. As Wagner sits up on the mound and deals the 0-2. That one will get a strike 3 looking. So it is, in fact, the third straight 1-2-3 inning by Wagner and the Tom Sox. They haven't allowed much besides Dallas Height to get on off of a walk in the first frame. Other than that, there has not been anything to happen for the Cardinals yet as we take a sideline here on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network. We're going to the top half of the fourth inning with a 1-0 ball game in the favor of the Charlottesville Tom Sox.
I'm JD Howler, President and CEO of US Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster, and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com. The Wines Family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take our care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
We welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium as Jack Casa will round out his warm-ups here for this top half of the fourth. If he makes it through this, he will play through 4 complete, and if the Cardinals win, he could possibly have a win, depending on how they will look at that one run that he allowed to go in the previous frame of offense for the Tom Sox. In the meantime, the batter for the Tom Sox will be Gavin Abrams for plate appearance number 2 on the evening. First pitch from Casa to Abrams is a strike down the zone. Nothing. I want to start things off here for Abrams in plate appearance number 2. He is 0 for 1 on the evening as he cuts and misses on that one for strike 2. Abrams sitting with the 0 for 1 on the night at a .221 batting average as he cuts and misses, call it strike 3, and that will take Abrams down to 0 for 2. Casa picks up strikeout number 2. As that brings up Logan Amos, who walked previously. He's one of the 2 straight that Casa allowed previously to walk. But Casa has allowed 5 walks total. He's walked Martin twice, Wagner once, Amos once, and Moss once. And in the meantime, Amos faces 1-0. Coming next one is a strike 1. Count now evens at a down count, 1 ball and 1 strike for Logan Amos, the designated hitter for the Tom Sox in this game number 2, as a 1-1 comes in and it's fouled back on the third side. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, it looks like to me that Casa jammed the hitter Amos right there and had him late on the fastball. So I think he has set up his off-speed or fastball really well, whatever he wanted to go with there, as check swing by Amos did not go around. So it's now 2-2 here from Casa.
1 out is on the board in this top half of the fourth. Here comes the pitch from Casa that's flown out into right. Will drop for a base hit. He will go for 2 as it's bobbled by JoJo Jackson, and he will get there without any worry as Amos gets his first hit of the night, make it 1 for 1 on the evening for him as well. As that brings up Brody Moss to the plate for the Tom Sox. Again, he was the second that Casa allowed straight in the, I believe it was the second frame.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's looking to either follow what Amos did or get walked again. Casa looks back at second. Nobody home to make the play. Here comes the pitch. That one is down the strike zone. Strike 1. Count is nothing. I want to start things off here for Brody Moss in plate appearance number 2 as he walked previously. Casa looks back at second again. Nobody home. Here comes the 0-1. That one is caught by Casa. The play at first will be made. Will not worry about making a play at second, but it is out number 2. As that brings up Kyle Edwards, the shortstop in the 9 spot for the Tom Sox in this game, number 2.
Yeah, and what sucks is JoJo Jackson, if he came up with that ball cleanly in right field, that would have been a double play ball, as Casa would have had time to throw it to second and then throw on to first, as that ball was hit hard and he snagged it. Like, that was a very nice play by Casa. As he looks back and he deals his slider, it misses upstairs. Now 1-0 to Kyle Edwards, the shortstop on the night.
Edwards coming into this at-bat with a combined batting average of .241, make it 19 for 79. The 1-0 comes in and misses ball 2. Make it 2-0 with 2 down in the top half of the 4th. Tom Sox lead 1-0 over the Cardinals here. Casa sets, got a man behind him on second. We'll take a look back and deal the 2-0. That is cracked and found on the third base side. 2 balls and a strike. Two outs down in this top half of the 4th. 1-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. Jack Casa sets up on the mound, looks back at second, deals the 2-1 that is popped. Playable into left, looks to drop. It will just about get between Height and Lennon. That will score the runner from second, Logan Amos, so making an RBI double on the behalf of Kyle Edwards. His first of the game, make it number 8 on the season in the RBI column. And the Tom Sox now lead 2-0 over the Cardinals in this top half of the 4th with 2 outs gone.
Yeah, and it's only the 4th inning, but 4th inning in a 7-inning ball game. So we're reaching around the halfway mark and not much time for the front row Cardinals to try and make a comeback here. Down 2-0 in the top of the 4th with 2 outs as Casa deals, and that one swung on and missed. Change up right there to Christian Martin, the right fielder and leadoff hitter for the Tom Sox, as Casa sets and he'll deal the 0-1. That one swung on and hit into center field. Looks to be playable for J.R. London, and the play is made. But the Tom Sox do score 1 run on 1 hit, 2 hits rather. They score 1 run on 2 hits here in the top of the 4th inning, extending their lead to 2-0 here in this 7-inning Game 2 doubleheader affair between the Cardinals and the Tom Sox. We will head into the bottom of the 4th. Thanks for those of you guys listening on the Front Row Examiner and on Stretch Internet Radio Network.
Welcome to Hazard Mill Farms, located in the beautiful Appalachian foothills of Virginia. The farm offers lodging, a retreat center, and catering. We also offer a wide range of outdoor activities and recreation. Located on the banks of the Shenandoah River, we invite you to enjoy many river activities, swimming, tubing, and canoeing. We provide many options for your wedding and other events. If you want a peaceful place to relax, spend time with family, simply enjoy the beauty of the surrounding area, or host a killer event, Hazard Mill Farms is the perfect place for you. All of our rental spaces are available for your special event. Visit hazardmillfarm.com to reserve today.
The Wines Family and Wines Bookkeeping LLC are proud supporters of the Front Royal Cardinals. Wines Bookkeeping specializes in a variety of business and tax services with outstanding support. We understand how busy you are, and with our expertise, we can take our care of your business needs quickly and effectively. Wines Bookkeeping has been serving the Front Royal area for over 50 years. Wines Bookkeeping LLC, your business services professionals.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium as the Cardinals will round the lineup for the first time in this game number 2. The Tom Sox have rounded the lineup at least a time and a half now, looking towards 2, as the Cardinals will call up Dallas Height for the second time, followed by Trent Jeffcoat and Drew Camp. 2-0 ball game, bottom of the 4th now. Cardinals trail to the Tom Sox.
Also, the Cardinals have not been able to get a hit yet. The Tom Sox have 3. Height coming up. You could say 1 for 1, but... Oh, no, he walked. I'm sorry. Never mind.
0 for 0.
Yep, 0 for 0. My apologies. As he cuts and misses on that one, strike 1. No, I was thinking from the last game, JoJo Jackson. I don't know why, but I just did. Like I said, it never fails for me to prove myself I'm an idiot. 1 ball, 1 strike count now for Dallas Height, who is 0 for 0 with a walk earlier. He got caught stealing at second. That is exactly what it was. 27 for 119 coming in this game. That's a 226. 3 home runs, 18 RBIs in the process. As the 1-1 coming from Wagner will be downstairs, ball 2. Count now goes 2-1 for Dallas Height in plate appearance number 2, possibly first statistical at-bat of the game. As the 2-1 comes in, that one will get him looking strike 2. Counts now even again at a down count 2-2.
This umpire, I don't know who it is, but he has called some that the hitters are unhappy with, either on the inside corner or outside corner. And then there are some as Height fouls that one. And then there are some where he calls it and the pitchers are unhappy with it, either on the inside or outside corner. So either he's not calling the same pitch consistently a strike, or some of them are just borderline and the pitchers and hitters just want it to go their way because then they get the advantage in the count. But Height in a 2-2 hole right here as he looks to battle back. Wagner deals, and that one's low, 3-2. So Height with the potential to get walk number 2 here in the game.
Here comes the payoff from Wagner as Dallas Height steps in the right-handed batter's box. Wagner will set up on the mound, and that'll be popped into right. Looks to be playable. It is playable by the right fielder, Martin. Out number 1 is recorded as Trent Jeffcoat will come up to the plate for plate appearance number 2 in this evening's game number 2.
It's so funny because we get the Bat Boys young here, probably typically between 6 and 8 years old, and sometimes they're carrying bats and they're half their body length, they're 3/4 of their body length, and they're just trying to run with it and trying to go as far as they can, and it's just really funny, and it's just it's great to watch them try their best to be the Bat Boys as Jeffcoat looks at a strike right there. Now 0-1, the 0-1 is dealt, and that one's upstairs, so 1-1 now.
1 out is recorded in this bottom half of the 4th inning. Cardinals trail 2-0 to the Tom Sox in this game number 2. That one is popped into center. Looks to be playable, and in fact is, by the center fielder Trey Younger for out number 2, as that will call up to the plate Drew Camp, the first baseman. And so far it is seeming that the Cardinals will really struggle to get in the bats hot in this game number 2, where they have not gotten a hit yet, as we possibly christen the 5th inning coming into it. Drew Camp coming up 0 for 1 on the evening. Struck out previously. First pitch to him in the meantime is a ball. 1-0 is the count for the third baseman, who is third. My apologies. First baseman, who is third in the lineup. There we go. That's the right way around. As the next one coming to him will be a ball. Ball 2 is the call. Two balls, no strikes, 2 outs down. Here comes the pitch that's popped into right. Looks to be playable, and it is by Martin again. That's 2 catches out there by Martin as the side retires. So the Cardinals have gone through 4 complete innings with no score and no hits. They've all 4 frames have been 1, 2, 3s, as the Tom Sox have gotten 2 runs to convert for them. As we go into the 5th inning of play, it is a 2-0 ball game in the favor of the Charlottesville Tom Sox. Back with you on the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network, right after this.
I'm JB Howler, President and CEO of US Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster, and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com.
Woods Cove Assisted Living has been working with families for over 15 years to offer quality care to patients who need additional support. We concentrate on working with our residents in need of this kind of support and delivering health care and other essential services in the solace of their new home. Our demonstrated track record of providing improved quality of life for our residents is evident in the satisfaction our families feel and the contentment our residents experience daily. We focus on quality health care that is family-centered and involve you, their family, in their health care plan. We understand that the services we provide should reflect the care a family member would afford our residents. Contact us at 540-636-6611 or visit us at 201 West Kaiser Road in Front Royal. At Woods Cove, your family is our family.
So after 4 complete frames of defensive work, Jack Casa is out as pitcher. In his placement is Grant Adams. And some numbers for you. Casa, 4 complete innings, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them being earned, 5 walks, and 2 strikeouts. And he faced 19 batters as Grant Adams will get set and ready to go here against the Tom Sock Satchel Norman as he fouls that one away behind us out of play. 0-1 to start things off here for Norman in plate appearance number 2. Adams sets and deals the 0-1. This cracked bouncing ball foul on the third base side. 0-2 count now for Norman.
So far this season, Grant Adams with a 5.6 ERA. He's a 1-0 record. He has started in 1 game, appeared in 6 with 21 strikeouts and 17 2/3 innings pitched. Really, he's had 1 bad outing out of the pen as he swings and misses. That's strike 3 and strikeout number 1 here for Grant Adams as Norman will head back to the dugout. Strikeout number 22 on the season. But so far, Grant Adams has only had 1 bad outing, and that is at Winchester, when he gave up 7 runs in 3 innings of work. But in his other outings, he went 2 innings, giving up no run, or 3 innings, giving up no runs in his most recent appearance at Newmarket, in which the Cardinals took a 5-2 loss.
That'll bring up Cole Wagner, 24 for 66 on the season, make it 1-for-1 on the evening. And as Harold Chun will announce to the crowd, we'd also like to say a thank you to the Logan Manico Foundation for sponsoring this evening's foul balls. As the 0-2 comes in, that one will miss, ball 1. Count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes for Wagner, who again is looking to keep his hit streak alive here in this game number 2. 1 out, down, bottom of the top of the 5th, my apologies. 2-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. 3 hits to none also goes towards the Tom Sox. As Wagner faces an even count that goes down 2-2. And that one will get him looking, strike 3. His hit streak has come to an abrupt ending as Wagner going from 1-for-1 now 1-for-2 as Matthew Previsk will come up 0-for-2 on the evening, make it 13-for-45 on the season. Make that a 289 as the first pitch to him is down the strike zone. Strike 1 is the call. 0-1 with 2 outs sits Matthew Previsk. As Adams deals the 0-1, that's a cracked bouncing ball to short. Jeffcoat making the play off the hop, and the play at first is in time. What a scoop by Jeffcoat to make sure that ball landed in his glove as it took a weird hop as it got into the infield dirt. He did make the catch, of course, and make the play as the side retires in this top half of the fifth. We go into the bottom half of the fifth. Cardinals looking to get on the board here as we take a sideline here on the Front Royal Cardinals radio network. Cardinals 0, Tom Sox 2.
Green 2 Ground Electrical is a proud sponsor of the Front Royal Cardinals. Green to Ground is a Class A electrical contractor serving the Shenandoah Valley in Northern Virginia region. Building relationships since 2019 by being reliable, dependable, and trustworthy. Offering both residential and commercial services, no job is too big for our team to handle. We are a licensed and insured company, serving customers peace of mind, one circuit at a time.
President and CEO of US Inspect Group, the country's largest home inspection company. We operate nationally across 24 MSAs, and our 30-year-old brand has delivered 3 million inspections. The best real estate brokerages in the country love us because we help their real estate agents get deals closed faster, and we protect their customers. We have a proven business model and positive EBITDA. With new investors, new management, new board, and new products, our mission is to make home inspections as simple and painless as ordering an Uber.
This message is brought to you by US Inspect. For more information, find them online at usinspect.com.
Welcome back to Bing Crosby Stadium as JoJo Jackson will lead things off for this bottom half of the fifth. Yes, if you're just joining us, you heard me correct. It is, in fact, the bottom half of the fifth. It's been roughly an hour because we started the game late, wrong word. And the Cardinals have been held hitless this entire game. So with the starting pitcher, Luke Wagner, if he stays in for the next 2 frames of defense, he will have pitched a no-hitter.
Yeah, but he has to get through these innings first. But as of right now, he is already qualified for the win, as you only have to pitch 4 innings in a 7-inning game in order to qualify for the win, as JoJo Jackson fouls that one back 1-1.
Jackson 0 for 1 in this game. He did go into his second at-bat of the last game 1 for 1, as he got a beautiful hit that just about stayed fair on the third base side. And he's done that plenty of times. I know, at least here. I don't know about on the road, but here he has done that several times, and it definitely throws off the defense because they think it's going foul when it's not. This one going into center looks to be playable. It is by Trey Younger, who will record out number 1 of the frame. That brings up Christian Campbell to the plate.
Yeah, and it's still Cardinals looking for their first hit of the ball game here in the 5th inning. They have only had 1 base runner, and that was Dallas Height in the 1st inning. He walked and then got thrown out trying to steal second on a strike him out, throw him out, as Jeffcoat swung through a fastball high, and Height was thrown out at second trying to steal. So Campbell fouls that one back, and it's now 0-1 on Campbell.
1 out down in this bottom half of the 5th inning. Here comes the pitch. That's cracked bounce or grounder to short. The play at first is in time for the out. So make it out number 2 off of a Christian Campbell. There we go. Grounder to short. So it's a 6-3 affair, as the Cardinals will bring up Sam Daggers to the plate. Daggers going down 0 for 1. Didn't strike out previously, but the last time he was seen was the second frame, correct me.
Well, I corrected myself. Never mind.
Yeah.
As the 0-1 comes in beautifully there. Daggers 8 for 38 on the season. That's a 225 batting average, as that will be lined to third. The play at first will be in time for the out. So the no-hitter stands for the Tom Sox as we go into the sixth. Yep, you heard me right. The sixth inning. The Tom Sox lead 2-0 over the the homestanding Front Royal Cardinals. I got the words backwards again. But then again, when do I not do that? Oh, God, voice crack again. I'm going to take a break for some water and to get my head straight. Cardinals baseball on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network. Hopefully we'll be back in better than ever after this break.
The Knights of Columbus. Catholic men building a ridge back to faith. There's much work to be done in this world. Good work, necessary work. And that's what the Knights do every day. Assisting the sick and disabled. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Whether they are next door or halfway around the world, this is the journey we are on. Our path. We do it to be better husbands, fathers, sons, neighbors, and Catholics. We invest our time, our effort, and our resources into our values: charity, unity, fraternity, patriotism. We come from many places and backgrounds and stages in our lives, but we are all of one faith. It's one thing to say who you are, it's another to live it.
Let's go, y'all. Make some noise. Make some noise. All right, they're both winners tonight.
And we let you back to Bing Crosby Stadium in the top half of the sixth inning. Cardinals trail 2-0 to the visiting Charlottesville Tom Sox.
Now batting for the Tom Sox, number 17, Trey Younger.
As we get set and ready to resume play here. Adams deals, and that one is grounded to short. Jeffcoat makes the throw to first, and it will be in time. What a beautiful throw from Jeffcoat to Camp to record out number one off of the very first pitch. As that brings up number 5, Gavin Abrams, to the plate. 1 out on the board in this top half of the sixth. 2-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox.
Abrams in his last at bat struck out swinging and grounded to shortstop in his first at bat, as this is his first time facing Grant Adams, as Adams came in the top of the fifth inning and has been in since, working through an inning and a third so far.
In the meantime, it appears that Waynesboro and Winchester in game one of the doubleheader went into extras. They're in the bottom of the ninth now.
That's game.
Waynesboro winning
Waynesboro
it 6-5. And so that means that Front Royal should have that playoff spot back, especially, well, if Winchester loses the next one, then we will certainly have the playoff spot back. But as long as Front Royal loses and Winchester loses, as that one is fielded after a bounce by J.R. Lennon. So it is a hit. Make it hit number 4 on the night. In the meantime, Stanton now leading over Percival, and that actually just updated because it was a 1-1 ball game. It is now a 2-1 ball game in the favor of the Braves. Percival, again, if you remember, took game number 1 7-4. More scores, again, 7-5 was Harrisonburg. That game has not started yet for game number 2. Correction, it has. Thanks, Point Streak. 4-0 in the advantage of the Turks in game number 2, bottom of the first. In the meantime, oh my, Wilkinson, the pitcher for the River Bandits, has an ERA right now of 53.73, giving 4 runs in the bottom half of
the first. Again, the Harrisonburg Turks and the Woodstock River Bandits playing at the beautiful Veterans Memorial Park at JMU. Go Dukes. Hometown Harrisonburg Turks leading 4-0 over the visiting Woodstock River Bandits. In the meantime, the Cardinals and the Tom Sox 2-0 ball game here as Logan Amos faces 0-2 on the next one, 1 out down. Grant Adams on the mound. Again, Amos is 1-for-1 with a walk earlier in this game. So looking to keep that streak alive, but the 0-2 is really threatening to get rid of that. As Adams deals in it is a cut and miss. Call it strike 3. Make it strikeout number 1 for Amos on the night. His hitting streak goes away as he will go down 1-for-2 going into the next one. Make it number 3 on the night for Adams, number 24 on the season as Brody Moss comes up.
Yeah, and just talking about Harrisonburg, they're up 4-0 right now in the bottom of the first rather. But when they came here last weekend, I know you were out, but they could hit. They scored 9 runs in that second game of the doubleheader, and it felt like everything they were hitting was gap to gap. I mean, they weren't hitting balls over the wall, but they were hitting doubles to the gaps almost every single batter, it felt like. And that team could hit. They're one of the better hitting teams in the league. And I believe they're in first, if not second place.
I think
Waynesboro's in first. And it's kind of weird because Waynesboro is only in first because they have a tie.
Mm-hmm.
They were like a half game above Harrisonburg, but if it was a loss,
then Harrisonburg would be in first.
Then Harrisonburg, well, they would have been tied for first. That's a weird situation, but either way, those are the top 2 teams in the South as Adams is down 2-0 to the hitter. Brody Moss and now down 3-0.
There are 2 outs down in this top half of the 6th. The Tom Sox lead 2-0. Yes, you heard me correct. Top of the 6th in game number 2, mind you. No, we're not an hour and a half behind schedule. This is game number 2. We're in the top half of the 6th. Cardinals have yet to get a hit. Every frame they've played so far has been a 1-2-3 frame. So really good defense by the Tom Sox. And then just the inability for the Cardinals to get hot this game. As it did take them a little time to get warmed up in the first game, but certainly not this long, as JoJo Jackson came up in the second frame of the first game and got on base with that hit like we talked about earlier. As it's now a payoff on the next one to Brody Moss, who is 0-for-1 on the night, but he has walked. As Adams sets and deals the payoff, 2 outs down and to be fouled back. So count stays where it is, and Logan Amos will have to return to first after his attempted advancement to second.
Yeah, and payoff pitch with 2 outs here. He's going to be going no matter what. Mm-hmm. So the defense isn't going to pay attention to him. Like, they're not going to try and throw him out at second base here with 2 outs. But hopefully Adams can get Moss here, and the Cardinals offense could get going as that one missed inside. Now ball 4, so first and second here for the Tom Sox, looking to extend their 2-0 lead over the Cardinals here in game number 2 of the doubleheader as Kyle Edwards steps to the plate. He hit into a double play in his first at-bat, but had a double in an RBI double in the left center field gap in his last at-bat.
Edwards coming up with a combined batting average of .250 coming into this at-bat, counting all of the at-bats in this game and in the season. As Adam sets, looks back at second, deals the opening pitch of the at-bat. That one misses ball 1. So the count is 1-0 to start things off here for Kyle Edwards in plate appearance number 3. So with that one hit out of the 2 at-bats he's had in this evening's game number 2, as the 1-0 changes to a 2-0 on that one. But Edwards sitting 1-for-2 on the evening so far. But with that one hit he's got out of those 2 at-bats, his batting average has gone from .243 to .250. So not much improvement, but certainly something to look at, as that looks to be playable into right. It appears that the second baseman, Christian Campbell, comes up with it, and he will, and that will retire the side.
So no score yet from the Tom Sox in 2 straight frames. However, they've got 1 more frame of offense. And the Cardinals have 2 frames of offense to get 3 runs and to hold the Tom Sox off to take this game and to get back into the win column. But it's been all Tom Sox through 5.5. Cardinals have failed to procure a hit so far, as it's so far been a no-hitter. As we go to the bottom half of the 6th, we take a sideline here in the Front Row Cardinals Radio Network. We return to you right after this.
TLC Settlements is a proud sponsor of the 2022 Cardinals. When buying, selling, or refinancing your investment, TLC Settlements, LLC believes that every transaction is important, no matter how big or how small. The trustworthy team of Tracy, Lucy, and Christy bring 55-plus years experience in the industry. We are dedicated to and take pride in the service that we give to each and every customer. Although we do many closings each month, every closing is very important to us. Our service speaks for itself at TLC Settlements.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium as we return to you to the bottom half of the 6th here in this game number 2 of the doubleheader. The Charlottesville Tom Sox have taken everything and run so far with this game, leading 2-0 and allowing absolutely nothing to go for the Cardinals except for 1 walk that turned into a situation where he was caught stealing at second. That was, of course, Dallas Height. The very first at-bat of the game turned into a walk, but triumph soon turned to tragedy as Trent Jeffcoat struck out, and then the arm of the catcher for the Tom Sox soon turned it over to the second baseman for the Tom Sox to get it out, as Satchel Norman was the catcher in that situation to get it to Brody Moss for that out, and that was the only bit of action the Cardinals have gotten on base yet, as Brennan Chisholm comes up. Following him will be J.R. London and Brody Popple for sure with a 1-1 count. Chisholm 0 for 1. Here comes the pitch. They will check his swing. No, they won't. They'll just say he went. As I was about to say, it did seem like he went a little farther than normal, and he certainly did, as it's strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, as Wagner sets and deals it. That'll be just outside. Pretty good placement if it would have went through the strike zone. 2-2 is the count.
Yeah, and Wagner just in a groove right now, not allowing a base runner since, obviously, Dallas Height, the very first man up at the plate. This one's grounded on to short. The throw to first is in time, so out number 1 is recorded, and the Cardinals still look for their first hit as a pinch hitter, Carlton Harper. Carlton Harper is going to be pinch hitting for J.R. London.
Number 31.
Carlton Harper returning to the lineup, at least for the first time since I've been back. So, since yesterday. And it's certainly good to see Carlton back, at least hitting, as that will be lined into left. Will that drop? It will. It is the first hit of the game coming off of pinch hitter Carlton Harper. It is no longer a hitless game. Never was a perfect game since Dallas Height. And now it is all going to go to Brody Popple.
Yeah, and it's only a 2-0 game, so it's not like the Cardinals were ever out of it. They just needed their first hit. And sometimes when you're in a groove like Logan, I can't think of the last name, Logan Wagner was in. Sometimes when you were in that groove and you were just pitching with nobody on, it just feels good. But once there's somebody on, you just never know what's going to happen. Hopefully Wagner gets thrown off a little bit as Brody Popple lines out to right field. So 2 outs here, and Dallas Height coming to the dish.
So the Cardinals can say they did have a frame where they didn't go 1, 2, 3, and that's thanks to pinch hitter Carlton Harper, who comes in for J.R. London and just changes the game, at least for the Cardinals, and especially for
Tom Sox pitcher, Luke Wagner, who was really most likely hoping this is going to be a no-hitter for me. And unfortunately for him now, it's not, as Height faces a 1-0 on the next one.
Yeah, not only that, you face the wrong person, and that runner on first can now turn into a 2-2 ball game with someone like Dallas Height, 3 home runs already on the year. If he could put one over the wall, this game's tied.
Mm-hmm.
So the Cardinals definitely not out of it, but they still need to take better at bats, as you can't expect to win a ball game only getting 1 hit in the game. As Height gets the 2-0 and pops that one up, looks to be playable for the left fielder Matthew Prevesk. There you go. I couldn't think if it was Prezevic or Prevesk. So he makes the Prevesk makes the play in left field. The inning is now retired. So Cardinals do get their first hit, but they still trail 2-0 going into the last inning of baseball here at Bing Crosby Stadium, as this is a doubleheader, so only 7 innings are going to be played. And Grant Adams comes back for his 3rd inning of work as we head into the bottom of the 7th. We'll see you guys at the top of the 7th. We'll see you on the other side. Thanks for listening on Stretch Internet Radio Network and the Front Row Examiner.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it does.
Green to Ground Electrical is a proud sponsor of the Front Royal Cardinals. Green to Ground is a Class A electrical contractor serving the Shenandoah Valley in Northern Virginia region. Building relationships since 2019 by being reliable, dependable, and trustworthy. Offering both residential and commercial services, no job is too big for our team to handle. We are a licensed and insured company, serving customers peace of mind, one circuit at a time.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium for the final 2 frames of play. Here is the Tom Sox lead 2-0 in this top half of the 7th. It will be Christian Martin coming up, and he hits on the first one, but it will be fouled. So 0-1 to start things off here for Martin, who is 0 for 1 on the evening with, it appears, 2 walks, and in fact is. He has been a part of a run with that walk, or with one of those walks, rather. Sits at .385 out of 15 for 39. He sits 0 for 1 coming into this one. Grant Adams sets up and deals it. That one misses, ball 1. Count now evens at a down count 1-1 for Christian Martin here. And plate appearance number 4 now.
Yeah, and for the Cardinals, Sean Munoz is warming up or getting ready to go out in the bullpen. So I'm assuming that if Grant Adams has any sort of struggle here in this inning, he's going to be coming out and Munoz is going to be coming in, as this one's low and in for a ball. So now 3-1 here to Christian. Is it Christian?
Mm-hmm.
Christian Martin.
Here comes the 3-1 from Adams. That is cut on and missed, so the at-bat will be extended for just a little bit longer as the payoff comes off of a Martin swing and miss. Again, he is 0 for 1 on the evening, but has walked twice. So he's looking to either get on base by either a walk or to get his first hit of the game and extend the Tom Sox hits to 4. As that won't happen, he will be walked. So that's walk number 3 of this game number 2. Score is 2-0 in the favor of the Tom Sox. We sit in the top half of the 7th in game number 2 of the doubleheader as Satchel Norman comes up. An update between Stanton and Percival, top of the 5th, 3-3 tie as Percival has added 2 to the Braves scoring 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Again, top of the 5th in Stanton, 3-3 between Percival and Stanton.
Again, 6-5 was the final score of game number 1, I believe, between Winchester and Waynesboro. Actually, it was because of the extra innings. That's correct. They went into extras with it. Let me take a look here. It appeared to be 3-3. In fact, it was. In fact, Winchester could have won that game if they didn't have a 3-run inning in the or if Waynesboro rather didn't have a 3-run inning in the 6th. So it was 3-2 going into the 7th. Winchester added a run. Waynesboro failed to respond, so they went into the 9th, and Waynesboro inevitably came out on top 6-5. The Turks now lead 5-0 after a 5-run first inning, adding one more since we last checked in. Bottom of the 2nd, again, 5-0 ball game in Woodstock. We will get an updated score from Stanton and Winchester in game number 2.
You mean Winsboro and Winchester?
Thank
not
you.
Stanton, yeah.
And it says for some reason that the link is not set up. It said the game was supposed to start at 7:30, so not quite sure what's happening there.
Yeah, but their game ended quite late. I think it was around probably 8:15 that first game ended. So I'd assume that it's probably going to start around 8:30, 8:45. So it's 8:45 now, but you just never know when they're going to start or if they're going to start, because they might have thought it was going to be too late to start the next game.
In the meantime, the Tom Sock batter Norman faces payoff on the next one, and also one more set of doubleheaders that shouldn't go unmentioned is Strasburg and Cummington. That has been rescheduled until further notice. No word of a date yet, at least on our end, as that one is fouled away out of play on top of the Tom Sock locker room. So the count stays where it is at the payoff.
Yeah, so for any of you guys just tuning in, it's the 7th and last inning due to the fact that this is a double header. So in the Valley Baseball League, you only play 7 innings unless extras are needed for double headers. The Charlotte Tom Sox took game 1 4-3, and this one's poked into left field. That looks to get down, and it's foul. So it's the 3-2 will happen again between Grant Adams and Satchel Norman. But right now, the Tom Sox are up 2-0, looking to sweep this doubleheader here in Front Royal as they come in very hot at the plate, scoring double-digit runs in their last 3 games, but only held to 6 runs so far. But right now, that's good enough to get 2 wins if their pitching can hold up. So Grant Adams shakes off his first sign. He comes set, and he deals that one's outside ball 4, so first and second here with nobody out for the front row for the Charlottesville Tom Sox, as one of their hotter hitters, Cole Wagner, comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a walk. He also he extended his on base streak to now 19 straight games, coming into the doubleheader with 17, and he's gotten on in both games so far. So congratulations to him as Grant Adams deals, and that one's fouled back.
0-1 is the count coming now from Grant Adams to Cole Wagner, who is 1 for 2 on the evening, has walked once with a 25 for 68. Coming into that will be a 368 batting average. Top of the 7th, 2-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. Regardless, we'll be playing a bottom of the 7th. Cardinals picking up their first hit in the previous frame as Adams look back at second and will deal the 1-1 that'll be popped up, playable into center. It
Make
will
the play
be
at first, Dallas.
caught as Dallas Height makes the throw to first, and the tag at second, or my apologies, first, will be in time for the second out. There we go. That's the right order. So that'll bring up Matthew Prevesk. And 2 outs on the board in this top half of the 7th. 2-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox, who also lead in the hitting column 3-1. Don't want to jinx it, but there are no errors for either team yet. And honestly, I don't think there were that many errors in the first game, too, if there were any. Like, it was pretty clean baseball besides the fact that Front Row took a little while to warm up. As that slips through,
there
for a
might have
base
been
hit.
1 or 2 bad throws by the catcher, but This one is hitting the left, and that's going to be a base hit, but a run will not score as it's going to be first and third here with 2 outs as the Tom Sox look to extend their already 2-0 lead here in the top of the 7th. But just for those of you guys that have been watching, Dallas Height has moved to center field, and Carlton Harper moves to left field after Harper pinch hit for J.R. London, and Dallas Height stayed in the game, but he'll just move to center as he's a stronger center fielder than Carlton Harper is.
2 outs on the board. Top of the 7th. Runner advances to second. No time to make the play. Matthew Prevesk coming in 1 for 4 on the evening. Make it 14 for 47. Going from a 302 to start this game to a 298. Or my apologies, it's Trey Younger now. Thanks, Point Streak.
Whoa. Lost the bat. He lost the bat there, and it flung over to the brick wall in Bing Crosby Stadium. Head coach Clint Marsh picked it up for Trey Younger. The bat flew out of his hands. Luckily, didn't hit anyone, but I think it did break the bat as it hit the brick wall. So I'd assume it did some sort of damage, but maybe he was just putting a little pine tar on it so he doesn't try and lose it again.
Younger coming up 0 for 3, coming into the game 12 for 53, so make it 12 for 56, going from a 226 to a 214. So his batting average has taken a tiny tank as he sits at a 1-1 with 2 outs down. Runners threatening on second and third. Could make it an either 3 or 4-0 ball game, depending on how the Tom Sox played, as that will go down in the dirt back. Make it an extra run. It's now 3-0 in the advantage of the Tom Sox. As the first runner for the Tom Sox, Christian Martin, put on the Jets and kept the Jets going into the dugout there. 3-0 ball game, top of the 7th in the advantage of the Tom Sox.
Yeah, nothing that Brody could do there. That ball well into the left-hand batter's box and just way out of reach for Brody to try and get his body in front of that one, as that one's outside now 3-1, as Grant Adams doesn't want to lose Trey Younger here to set up Gavin Abrams, as you just don't want to extend the inning more than it already needs to be, as Adams deals and that one's over for a strike.
So the payoff is inevitable for Grant Adams and Trey Younger. 2 outs on the board, top of the 7th, 3-0 ball game with a runner on third again. Adams sets and deals the payoff. That'll be fouled back. So everything will stay as it is with the payoff. The runner on third for the Tom Sox will be number 29, Matthew Prevesk. 2 outs on the board, top of the 7th, 3-2 count coming to Trey Younger, who is 0 for 3. Nothing going for him this game. Here comes the pitch that is fouled back again, almost in the exact same spot as it was the pitch prior. Again, everything stays where it is. Payoff coming, 2 outs down, top of the 7th.
Adams getting Younger to swing out of the zone here on the last 2 pitches. So hopefully he's able to get him. He's going to get him to chase here as the 3-2 is delivered, and he does get him to chase as it's strike number 3. The Tom Sox do score a run, however, on no hits, I believe, or on 1 hit rather. So they lead 3-0 going into the bottom of the 7th, which is the last frame of baseball here if the Cardinals can't score 3 or more. As we go into the bottom of the 7th. Thanks for listening on the Front Royal Examiner and on Stretch Internet Radio Network.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with the 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokinawa Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns and Weishart Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water? What? And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it does.
Welcome to Hazard Mill Farms, located in the beautiful Appalachian foothills of Virginia. The farm offers lodging, a retreat center, and catering. We also offer a wide range of outdoor activities and recreation. Located on the banks of the Shenandoah River, we invite you to enjoy many river activities, swimming, tubing, and canoeing. We provide many options for your wedding and other events. If you want a peaceful place to relax, spend time with family, simply enjoy the beauty of the surrounding area, or host a killer event, Hazard Mill Farms is the perfect place for you. All of our rental spaces are available for your special event. Visit hazardmillfarm.com to reserve today.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium for what could be the final frame of play in this doubleheader between the Tom Sox and the Cardinals here. For the first time in the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium since June of 2019. Cardinals have not faced the Tom Sox here, of course, in 2020. Didn't do anything because of COVID. No season there. 2021, they faced the Tom Sox at Crutchfield Park in Charlottesville. So this is the first time these teams have met in over 3 years. As the first strike is recorded as Jeffcoat fouls it back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike count now for the shortstop, who comes in 25 for 70. Into this at-bat. That is a .357 batting average, 8 RBIs in the process. No home runs yet, so compared to last year, he's not doing as hot with that statistic, but then again, it doesn't necessarily matter how many home runs you hit, just how good of a ball player you can prove to be, as in the meantime, he gets thrown out at first from a flip from Howe to Wagner. Oh, speaking of Howe, in the meantime, Christian Howe comes in to replace Luke Wagner after 6 complete innings, and Matthew and I were talking about this during the break. It kind of upset us to see Luke Wagner come out, especially since he had basically the no-hitter besides the 1 hit that Carlton Harper came in and got. But other than that, he had a no-hitter, and it would kind of upset us to see him go because he was doing so successful against the Cardinals. And I mean, I understand if he's getting tired, or like Matthew said, if he was getting high into the pitch count, which we don't believe he was, then there really wasn't much of any reason to take him out besides possibly just, no pun intended, needed some relief.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike count now for Drew Camp, who is 0 for 2 on the evening. Honestly, I wasn't trying to make that joke.
Yeah, of course, you know.
1 out down in this bottom half of the 7th. Here comes the pitch. That's grounded, and it will be a base hit. So it is hit number 2 on the night. Drew Camp picking up his first hit, get this, of the evening, counting both games that have been played here at Bing Crosby Stadium today. That is the first hit that Drew Camp has gotten this whole evening, as Joe Jackson comes up 0 for 2 in this game. He did get a hit in the previous game. So he sits now 24 for 59 with 2 home runs and 12 RBIs. That is a .407 batting average. So his batting average has gone down with the 2 missed at-bats, as that will go to left.
Playable, I think.
It's going to be foul territory, but
didn't get there. Did not.
It won't just be there yet. So JoJo's batting average went from .421 down to .407 since the start of this game, in the 2 missed opportunities at the plate he's had so far this evening. Well, rather in this game, since we played 2 games today. 0-1 for the cleanup batter with 1 out down, bottom of the 7th, 3-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. The Cardinals need one more to not only get on base, but make the plate appearance to tie the ball game. Or rather, let me reword that. The tying run needs to come after JoJo Jackson at the plate. And speaking of JoJo, he'll foul that one off again. Strike 2 is the call. So 0-2 coming for JoJo Jackson with 1 out down in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, and Christian Campbell on deck. Not much power out of him, but Cardinals just need base runners right now. So power or no power on deck. Bringing up the tying run to the plate is oh so crucial, especially when the Cardinals haven't even had a runner at second so far this game. As this one's grounded onto third, the throw to first is in time. So out number 2 is recorded, and the Cardinals get their first base runner to reach to second base in the form of Drew Camp. But it's with 2 outs and down 3-0 here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
2 down, 1 to go for the Tom Sox to sweep the 2022 series between the Cardinals and the Tom Sox here. As that brings up Campbell to the plate. Campbell coming up with a .225 batting average. Nothing going for him out of 2 at-bats so far, as there are 2 outs down in this bottom half of the 7th, 3-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. They need one more to claim victory over the Cardinals here in both games. First pitch in the meantime to Christian Campbell is missed for ball 1. Count is 1-0.
If Campbell were to get on base here, Noah Carter has stepped into the on-deck circle, so he will pinch hit for Sam Daggers if we get that far. As if Christian Campbell does get out here, the game is over, but if he gets on base, Noah Carter will be coming to the dish for the Cardinals, as we saw him in the first game behind the plate, and he'll come and pinch hit here in game number 2, and he will assume the role of DH from Sam Daggers.
1-0 count, 2 outs down, bottom of the 7th, 3-0 ball game in the favor of the Tom Sox. Here comes the pitch. That one goes down the strike zone to even the count at a down 1-1 for Christian Campbell.
Again, the tying run is on deck, so Campbell just has to try and get on base. His run does matter, but not as much as the guy on deck, as Drew Camp is taking off to third base. He'll steal third easily without a throw. So first run of the ballgame for the Cardinals standing 90 feet away, as Campbell looked at the ball 2-1.
All Howe needs to do is pitch 2 strikes to end this game. 2-ball, 1-strike count with 2 down in this bottom half of the 7th. Here comes the 2-1. It's upstairs, ball 3. So nothing going for Campbell until now with a 3-1 count. He needs to watch this next pitch because it could most likely be a strike depending on what Howe does. Here it comes, the 3-1. It's a cracked bouncing ball to short. The play looks to be in time, and it will be. That will do it for the series between the Cardinals and the Tom Sox. The final scores: 4-3 Charlottesville in Game 1 and 3-0 Charlottesville in Game 2. We will take a sideline here on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network. We return to you with our extended post-game coverage, or extended meaning both games. We take a sideline here on the Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network, and we return to you right after these messages.
Overlooking the scenic Shenandoah River in a lovely sylvan setting, our campus is spacious, yet inviting, rich in culture, beauty, and history. It is a setting well-suited for our time-tested Catholic liberal arts curriculum, the same education that has inspired and produced the greatest men and women of Christendom over the past 2,000 years. Inside and outside the classroom, you will experience an integrated life. Here, you will strengthen your intellect in such a powerful way that you will have the ability to master any subject, no matter how complex the vocational calling. You will thrive in a supportive and Christ-centered culture dedicated to helping you realize your potential. Our education is not an education for the faint of heart, but for those willing to accept the bold and challenging call from God to become the great men or women that He wants them to be. Dare to join us. Dare to be great.
The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game is coming on Sunday, July 17th to Bing Crosby Stadium. Events start at 2 p.m. with a 60-yard dash, followed by the Home Run Derby presented by Gokinawa Sawmill Company, and the All-Star Game presented by Christina Towns at Weishert Realtors, with Hall of Fame recognitions in between. The Front Royal Cardinals Radio Network is your home for the 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game. Join Matthew and Cameron for the Home Run Derby at 5 o'clock, and join in for the All-Star Game at 7 o'clock with Craig Orndorff from the Valley Sports Radio Network on the call. The 2022 Valley Baseball League All-Star Game provides fun for the fans as well as the players and coaches.
And we welcome you back to Bing Crosby Stadium for what has been a night that has been written in Charlottesville's favor. A 4-3 win in game number 1. The Cardinals led 1-0. Charlottesville then took the lead 3-1. Cardinals then came back and tied it 3-3. And then in roughly the 6th inning for the Tom Sox, came back with 1 run to win that game. And then in game number 2, it was all Tom Sox from the get-go. The only thing to go for the Cardinals in this game was at first a Carlton Harper pinch hit that he got into right, and then a second hit by Drew Camp in, I believe it was the 6th, to propel the seventh to propel it to 2. But that is all. Well, looking at the hit column, you could say it was a pretty close game, 3 hits to 2. But unfortunately, it was a no-hitter for most of the game going into the 5th, 6th inning.
Yeah.
So, Matthew, without a doubt, who do you think wins the game or games, and who do you think loses these games here this evening?
So Emmett Bice will get the win for the Charlottesville Tom Sox in game number 1, and Chase Stanhope will get the loss, I believe. Wait, did we No, we tied it up at one point. So Chase Stanhope does get the loss. I believe it was Taylor Montiel that got the loss. I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember exactly when someone pitched.
Montiel was actually for Charlottesville.
Yeah, no, they'll get the win, though.
Yeah, you said loss, though.
No, Schultz will get the loss. Schultz will get the loss. I think Montiel will get the win for game number 1. And then in this one, Jack Casa is going to take the loss for the Cardinals, and Wagner will pick up a win as he pitched a great game, only allowing 1 hit in 6 innings, giving up no runs, and honestly probably should have been thrown out there back for the 7th inning, but he was taken out, and then the Cardinals were held scoreless in that 7th inning by Howe. So the Cardinals struggled hitting-wise today in total. The pitching was actually fairly good, as coming into this ball game, mentioned multiple times throughout the broadcast, the Tom Sox have scored double-digit runs in the last 3 games, and then in 2 games today, the Cardinals only allowed 7 runs, 4 in the first, 3 in the second, giving them a chance to score or giving the offense a chance to put them in front of the Tom Sox. But the offense struggled heavily in game number 2 and did not get enough runs across to win game number 1, as game 1 was heavily swayed by a balk call in the top of the 6th inning, I believe. It set up the Tom Sox for an easy sacrifice fly that resulted in a run, and that was the 4th and go-ahead run for the Tom Sox. They ended up winning that one by 1 run, so that was kind of a tough blow for the Cardinals, and game 2 is just all Tom Sox. So tough doubleheader for the Cardinals. They get swept and now go down to, I believe, 13-21. we will see how that Winchester game goes, but they are now tied with Winchester for the 4th spot. So if Winchester wins their second game, they will take 4th place. And if they lose their second game, the Cardinals will maintain 4th place by just a half a game. So the Cardinals need to start winning more ball games and not bank on the fact that the Winchester Royals will lose. So hopefully the Cardinals can turn it around, as that's now 3 straight losses following last night. And I guess congrats to Charlottesville, as they were on a winning streak coming into this one,
I think they had a 5-game winning streak coming into the evening. I can certainly,
or it was a 5-game winning streak snapped.
Yep, it was 5 coming in. Now they're 7.
Now it's a 7-game winning streak. So one of the hotter teams in the Valley Baseball League South right now, as it's a close division race over there. But Cardinals lose the first one 4-3 and the second one 3-0 here at Bing Crosby Stadium in this doubleheader.
In the meantime, we've got some scores around the Valley League. Again, earlier, Waynesboro defeating Winchester in Game 1 of that doubleheader, 6-5 in 9 innings. As you all know now, Valley League doubleheaders go to 7, so they went into extras at a 3-3 score, and the second game just got underway just moments ago. They're in the bottom of the first now, no score between either team, so I'm pretty sure the Cardinals and a lot of the Valley League will certainly be watching that game closely, whether on video or on Point Streak as I'm watching now. That certainly is going to be a game for the Cardinals to watch and just see how the Royals do and to see if they can certainly claim back their playoff spot. Also, top of the 6th in game number 2, Stanton currently sits at a tie with Purcellville 3-3. And in the bottom of the 2nd, still going on, Harrisonburg 8, Woodstock 0. Harrisonburg is on the cusp of doing a slaughter against Woodstock in the second game of a doubleheader. I honestly would kind of like to see how a doubleheader works for a mercy rule for a doubleheader. There we go.
Might be like the 5th inning or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. We have recorded that the Cardinals have 8 games left in the regular season before they go on into the postseason. The next game for them, however, will not be until Thursday. They will not play until Thursday, and get this, that is supposed to play here at Bing Crosby Stadium. So the Cardinals get roughly a 4-day break, 3 at least. Yeah, 3-day break before they come back to the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium and will verse the Newmarket Rebels here for the first time in what seems like at least forever for me. I'm pretty sure, didn't they play here the week I was gone? No? Okay, never mind then.
I don't think so, at least.
So
it was Purcellville, and
I know it was Purcellville.
I did 3 days on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Purcellville was 1.
Harrisonburg was the
doubleheader. And then I can't remember what that Saturday was.
I can't either. Anyway, that doesn't matter.
Winchester was definitely one of them. So I think it was Winchester,
Winchester was Saturday,
and Harrisonburg.
Right. So Bing Crosby Stadium is the next time the Cardinals will verse the Newmarket Rebels on Thursday. So they will have a 3-day break. That game will kick off at 7 o'clock. And following that, there will be exactly 2 more home games. So 3 total. The next home game for the Cardinals, at Bing Crosby Stadium after Thursday will not be until the Thursday following. They will not play until Thursday, July 21st, following the 14th. They will play Purcellville here at 7 o'clock before rounding out that following Saturday, the 23rd, against the Strasburg Express at the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium. So the home stretch is inevitable, although it seems like forever. It's only a week and a half. Or, well, a little more than 2 weeks, but when we get back, it'll be a week and a half. Week and a half of games left for the Cardinals following this one. They'll have 3 straight days off for practices and whatever else they like to do in their off days. But, again, in the meantime, Valley scores are coming in. Again, earlier, Charlottesville being front row here, 4-3 Percival beating Stanton in game 1, 7-4 against Strasburg, and Covington has been postponed. It will be postponed until tomorrow at Casey Field in Covington. Waynesboro defeats Winchester in game number 1 in 9, 6-5. Harrisonburg defeats Woodstock in game 1, 7-5. Percival and Stanton tied in the game number 2 in the top of the 5th at 3 runs apiece. Charlottesville and Front Royal, obviously Charlottesville defeating Front Royal 3-0. That says it's in the top of the 7th. It's not. Bottom of the 2nd now. Harrisonburg, well, no, it should be top of the 3rd now, I believe. Let's go back. Top of the 3rd now, 8-0. Harrisonburg over Woodstock. Waynesboro now has a lead in the bottom of the 1st, 1-0 over the Winchester Royals. And again, bottom of the 6th now, 3-3 in Stanton against the Percival Cannons. That'll do it here for our broadcast here on Sunday evening of the Charlottesville Tom Sox and the Front Royal Cardinals. Again, the next game for the Cardinals will be on Thursday, July 14th here at Bing Crosby Stadium. The Cardinals will take a 3-day break following this doubleheader and will return to play against the Newmarket Rebels here in the confines of Bing Crosby Stadium. The Front Royal Cardinals like to thank our 2022 sponsors, the Wines family and Wines Bookkeeping, the Town of Front Royal, Warren County Government, Cedarville Rowing Club, the Knights of Columbus, Christendom College, Midway Service Center and Towing, Dominion Health and Fitness, Culligan Water, Hazards Mill Farms, the Brody Michael Foundation, Card My Yard Front Royal, Kinney Sports Shop, Woods Cove Assisted Living, Green to Ground, US Inspect, Lindsay Chevrolet, TLC Settlements, Reaching Out Now, the Front Royal Little League, and this evening's foul ball sponsor is in part by the Logan Matico Foundation. Front Royal Cardinals baseball is presented to you on the air by StretchInternet.com and the Royal Examiner, the flagship affiliates of the Front Royal Cardinals radio network. This live stream is copyrighted by the Front Royal Cardinals, the Valley Baseball League, and our affiliates of the Front Royal Cardinals radio network. The use of any copyrighted material in all forms of media without the expressed written consent of the aforementioned is strictly prohibited. You can find all game and player stats from this evening's doubleheader and all games in the 2022 season by visiting the Valley Baseball League's website at valleyleaguebaseball.com. Once again, final scores from game number 1, Charlottesville 4, Front Royal 3. From game number 2, Charlottesville 3, Front Royal 0. From Bing Crosby Stadium alongside Matthew Wiseman, this is Cameron Whalen saying so long until Thursday.